break down and cry. Oh, sweet child of mine. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. Oh, I forgot to change my stream. Whoopsie daisy. I'm done. Come relax with me. I'm too fucking chill. With me. Everybody's gonna think I'm playing. Everybody's gonna think I'm working some more. I'm not. I don't want to work. Oh my god, who's this fucker in the chat? Gay guy who's saying, I go. Hi, Green. How you doing? Time to finally chill. It literally wouldn't even let me type the word fucking on Twitch. Because apparently. So I'm going through it really quick. Really quick. Gotta do this. Okay, gotta go through and uh anything that says potential earning limitation thing, I'm just gonna go through and like mute the sound. Just since still downloading some stuff. I'm just doing the last minute stuff. But like, seriously, it's done. Everything's uploaded.
Yeah.
I downloaded everything from Twitch, all the Powerball VODs. I downloaded all of them and I uploaded them all. Look at this. Look at this. Look at all these videos. Hold on. That's just page one. Ah.
The same thing going through the VODs.
Okay, this is where the birthday VOD. This is where the birthday VODs are down here. But everything above this, which to be fair, I was doing this too, right? All the birthday VODs. Where's next? Oops, that's all the way back to the beginning, I think. Oh no, it's not. So what I've been working on the past couple days is everything from here that says birthday VOD part one up, and then hold on, and then everything here, and then everything here. I'm finally done. I'm finally done. I'm so tired. But also I want to play this fucking game cuz I haven't played this fucking game. And I just want to play this fucking game. Also, I need you guys to help me without sound alerts. Help me figure out what you guys want. Okay? So give me ideas, okay? Cuz I I thought about the fart thing and I got it right here. I added a long fart so that people can use bits to pay for it. Since that didn't win, it didn't win, but it seemed to be something that people wanted. I added on for bits. Until then, I'm doing this. Checks are preparing. Oh, I cannot believe I fucking finished. That took so long, but I'm so happy because it's done. How are you doing, Kuma? How are you doing, Grain?
How is everyone?
Jason wants to know everybody is too. He's screaming, top of his lungs. Are you in Discord?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
I just don't want anything impacted.
No, it's fine. You said you heard yourself. Oh, you heard yourself on stream. Okay.
Yeah. Anything more than watching.
Frosted.
Frosted.
Frosted, I did work and I finished work and I'm so happy. I say I finished work. I'm going through clicking muting sound segments from all my alerts where it's like, wouldn't it be nice? It's always wouldn't it be nice or sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Those are the ones that get me. Every time it's like you're not going to be able to get paid because of sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Not that I get paid on this anyways, but you know.
We need 98.
No, this is Heart Blossom Pods.
Oh, we need like
I'll
500 subs.
no 495. Thank you very much.
495. And like 3,000 hours of people watching.
Oh, I hope you have a good day at work, Frosted. I really do.
I hope you.
Don't stress yourself out too much. Enjoy the day. I am. Oh, so nice. So fucking nice, dude.
I want to be able to.
It's just like the
Oh
thing
yeah,
is,
have
it's
it
like,
if you're looking for one. Okay.
oh, almost knocked over my monster. Get some sleep, but don't sleep. I guess don't sleep. I don't know. Should I tell Pan? I know how much you are on her about her needing to sleep. Could rat you out too, just for the lulz. I don't really care. You do what you want. I can't say shit. It's 6 p.m. right now, and I just started streaming, but I've been working all day. I did take a nap though. Don't worry. I did take a nap because it was like the last bit of stuff. It was the last bit of stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna take a nap while this happens and everything. And then when I woke up, everything was done, and I was like, I'm so happy. I just need to go through these things and mute all the claimed segments, which is no big whoop out of like a 6 hour VOD, like for it to mute like 5 seconds.
No, disabled fucks. I'm in a limbo like in Australia where like I'm too disabled to do normal things, like work like a full time job. But I'm not disabled enough to get onto the disability things that would mean I don't need to look for it. I don't need to be through job seeker.
I could probably get on disability, but I'm not a permanent resident of this country yet,
Yeah,
so I can't.
you have to wait a minimum of 2 years.
And that's like basically we're going to be finding out, is this viable as a career? Because if it is, then I could do this.
Yeah.
If not, I might have to get on disability just so I can afford to live. Also, I don't know when my.
Disability is
Well, that's why I said I want this to work. I'd rather this work. I'd rather feel like I earned it.
yeah.
I don't necessarily feel like I'm not saying that like I'm not saying that people who get paid by the government or whatever wants me to do it manually. The fuck? Oh, because we listened to 1,000 Miles by Matt Clocky.
Yes.
This one. I'm so good at sucking, good as a victim to marry. I know, that's what I told him. I said that he's proofs that, you simp hard enough, you can succeed.
So he said,
Hold on, guys. I'll show you. I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll find it. I know it's here somewhere. Give me a minute. I'll find out the stalker comment. Okay, I've got it. No worries. Uh, I'm trying to find it. We have a lot of Kuma stuff in here too. Where is this? This is the other channel. This just doesn't fit. Like the VODs don't fit on this channel. So that's why I was like, just make
yeah.
a VODs channel. Otherwise I would have put them here.
The reason why
Yeah, exactly. Going live here makes perfect sense.
yeah.
Uh, oh my lord. You say we. I've uploaded a lot of stories, you fucker.
You have uploaded a lot of shorts.
Uh, Is it this one? Yep, it's this one.
I love all the stalkers. If you're a stalker, I like you. Keep it up. Keep up stalking. I love all the stalkers.
There you go,
If you're a
found
stalker,
it.
I like you. Keep it up. Keep up stalking.
That was before he had any kind of like good thing. What should I add for my sound alerts, guys? Shirley, think of something. It was back when he was still the Jolly Roger.
Yeah, you made that.
I did make that. Well, kind of. I took the black out of it.
Yeah.
I just didn't. I just
Made
like.
the mouth apart.
The only reason I didn't like it is because like I like the shit to fucking move. I like to feel like I'm talking to people. I could just be a picture. It could be just fucking easy. It could be very fucking easy, but it's a lot easier when people are moving their mouths because it feels like it feels more real.
It's fine when it's like someone that's not there all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even like it for people who were only on there for once. I would like just go make them something really quick. Or at the very least, it didn't necessarily need to be that it moved. I just hated the squares. I need to make it have a transparent background. Yeah.
About 20.
See me, you stalker. Oh my gosh. That's probably why you're accepted in this family. Gonna be playing some Power World. I will. I just gotta earn it. I've earned it already. I know I have. I'm gonna make Tristan finish this
Caught
later.
in 4K. Hope you like what you see. Top tier plushie action right here. You looking for hugs or trouble, Kuma? Cause I deliver both.
I wanna lean back. I wanna relax. What is dwee dwee dwee?
No, I had to like. But
I want the sausage to go in the hole!
Let's see if there's any One Piece stuff. No, wait, hold on. No, I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna look over here in the corner and not look at that just in case. I was like, this is a terrible idea. I should probably not look for One Piece clips.
Yeah.
I typed in One Piece. I was like, wait, no. Never mind.
No, you'll get a lot of spoilers.
Yeah.
You use the talk about.
I don't own any Ica merchandise. Unless you stole it.
Shameless plug, shameless plug.
You know, I would never. That's so weird. I would never have guessed that you owned any Ico merch. Because that's so weird that you have Ico merch from Fourth Wall. What the fuck? Give me a second. I think I changed it where I log in with the email now. Stop! Because it's trying to get me like sign in. Well, I tried to sign in with Twitch like I always did. Then I think I just signed into the email.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, but now it's not letting me log in via Twitch. Which is fine, except for now it's trying to do a pre-onboarding for my Twitch. None of the above. Back. None of the above. No. Log in. Stop. I'm not dealing with this shit right now.
Just have fun, man.
Okay. I work too much. I got butcher lamb balls. Why would I do that? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would I do that? Lamb balls don't deserve to be butchered. Unless you just hate lamb balls now. You guys hear an audio that you like say something. Oh, I don't want somebody else's boobies on my page. If it's gonna be anybody's boobies, it's gonna be mine. I'm just kidding. I don't want it to be mine either. It'd been funny if I didn't use voice to text. I'm going to do creepy stalker things like kidnap Tristan and choke to your house wearing his clothes. It would have been funny if I didn't use voice to text. I'm so confused. You didn't use voice to text. Oh, I see.
Type.
Don't choke to my house, please.
Please don't. It's a nice house, but you don't need to get choked up about it.
कुछ डेमो
अंडे वंडे शंडे अब जो फालतू
Okay. Whatever, we're moving on. Moving on past this. Okay, server up. I don't know. Let's go fucking find out. Let's go play some Power World. I gotta turn the Spotify down, I think. It might be a bit loud now. It's very fucking loud to me. But that's because I was singing last night. That Cocoon was like, I tried to show up to more streams. Like, he didn't show up to me just co-working last night, did he? Maybe. Maybe he did and I just forgot. It was very spacey last night. I actually saw Foreigner live. I see. So we're going to be trying to set up Saturdays to be when we do our rewards. But considering as I've been working my fucking ass off this week, I'm going to play Power World today. And you guys can suck it. Because I want to play Power World. And that is the only reason. Okay, let preview. Show that preview. Well, now I don't want it. You don't want what? Power World? You're not playing it, I'm playing it. I mean, we tried to invite you to play with us, but you didn't want it already. We already knew that.
You foreigners not living? Oh my god, I'm racist. I always knew it. It's a bad thing. Peace out.
Well, I have to set something up until they open a play with you, even if it means I'm gonna have to probably just stay up till one night and pull them all night. What do you mean? Have you not been paying attention to our lack of schedule? Our schedule is when the fuck we feel like it.
Yeah. And hard it was when we were awake, and now I have to do stuff off stream. But we're done most of the things we do off stream.
Why is there a dead horse in the middle of my yard? Raw Stallion looks dead. Oh, is that quite angry? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. What the fuck, bruh? Where? What was it? What got through? they went out this fucking gate. Well, fuck. What are they chasing down now? Fucking nothing. Oh, wow. Okay. I think I need to build like 2 more gates. This is unfortunate. I have bunny ears? Yeah, I'm a character. Goodness gracious. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, bro. Fucking, oh my gosh.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
Rude. Funny thing is, actually, what?
That's your sound alert for that?
Yeah.
First I've heard that. Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
I finally saw the video for that earlier today. Trying to get everybody in here. What the fuck? All I've succeeded in doing is making it really hard for me to retrieve the bodies. Love you too. Also, I feel like that alert is like incredibly fucking loud. It is? Okay, I'll adjust it. I might not have changed the volume on it. Trash. Oh, I did not change the volume on it at all.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking. Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place, trash.
Are you kidding me? Bitch. I'm going to break this piece of roof here in the corner. I'm going to turn that all into a triangle. Oh my god. No, 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 no. This is going to go bad. Sure. It's fine. Get out of here. Oh, great. I'm glad I talked to him before he died. Okay, go. There we go. And then we'll do it on the other side. Just gotta move myself past all these bodies. Oh my god, why is my nurse on the floor? Oh no. He's behind the trash. Watch any new movies lately? No. I've been doing a lot of streaming and working lately. Did I'm a fucking liar. Surprised he hasn't divorced me yet.
Like that will ever happen.
It's good. I'm doing my job. Oh, we already watched that.
We did watch that, yeah.
I wouldn't say we were obsessed with it. We did think it was a little strange. It wasn't bad. It was interesting. Yeah. Like a midnight train going in. Alright. Hopefully that will help with Pal's getting attacked. What the fuck? Where's it coming from? Where's it coming from? They're there. Okay. I'm gonna have to teach these guys how to fucking ignore people. Berloha, you ain't even got no fucking energy. Yeah. For me, it was forgettable. Quite literally forgettable because we watched it and then later I was like, "Oh my god, I keep hearing all about this movie Obsession. We should watch it." And then I like looked at the previews and I was like, "Have we seen this?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "When?" Then he started describing it. I was like, "Oh yeah." That's how it felt to me.
Yeah. It was good until it ended, and then, yeah, it's just like... It took me a while to remember we had watched it as well. After looking to the preview, I'm like, oh, it's that one! Don't think I'd ever watch it again.
No, it's not something I'd be jumping on to watch again soon.
I did hear about this, Chinese movie that's gone absolutely viral because a mother and son made it for like 1,000 yuan. Chinese yuan.
Okay. Okay. Oh, well, yeah, I guess.
They spent 5 years. That's the biggest spend.
Oh,
They
yeah.
learned in 3D animation and stuff to make the movie, and it's going viral for how bad it is. And they made
No.
so much money. It's one of those. It's so bad, it's good movies.
Oh, damn.
They made. It was the kid's dream to.
Oh, that's great. I am setting everybody up to be passive on this. Don't fucking attack nothing. Just leave everything alone. Yeah. I've seen. Not seen. That's not the word I'm looking for. I don't know what I was getting ready to say. I'm so sorry. I'm so out of it. I have just woken up after all. I don't think that if anything, if the things in the base get attacked, I don't think it was after them. I think it would have been like 2 things are outside fighting and one of the attacks went through the wall. So I don't think that they should attack because I don't think anything could see them. Hi Five, how you doing? Five, I was thinking about you earlier. I was setting up sound alerts again because I realized I didn't have them on. And then I saw the honk and I was like, oh, that reminds me of Five. The honk with the kitty. On lunch break, just nomming on pepperoni. That sounds good. I'm not nomming on nothing. I worked my ass off yesterday, and now I can finally fucking relax. Because guess what's looming over my head? Nothing. Nothing. Got a doctor's appointment next week. That's it. I can just fucking relax. And it's nice. Feeling pretty damn good right now. Not gonna lie. I hope you're having a good lunch break. I'm everywhere at Taco Bell, sound alerts, another waifu's bedroom. I mean, wait a second. Oh my. Is that where you work? I'm glad that I got so many VODs uploaded. I want to show you guys, but also like, I don't even want to look at it. So, if you want to see, go to our YouTube channel. Hope you get to it again. I'm great. I'm a little tired. I've been up since this morning working on the VOD stuff, but it's done. So I'm good. I'm going to keep bringing that up because I worked my ass off on it and I want people to watch them so I don't feel like I did nothing. And if you don't watch it, that's okay. It's not going to stop me. Maybe somebody will. It's on the VODs channel. We have Heart Blossom VODs, which I don't have. I don't have. That guy cuts me off. You bitch. I was talking.
I'm the main character, even though I'm not streaming.
Tristan's doing VOD download too, but his is, I would say easier. I don't know. Would you say yours?
Yes, I could download mine through YouTube.
Oh, nice. It just means we use a different system. I don't necessarily mean that makes it easier or less easy or whatever. I don't think I'm going to pull the Azure back out Because Azure I really pulled out here for defense and fighting before. But if I'm not doing fighting and defense, I ain't gotta worry about it. See, like, there's things outside fighting right now, but they're not fighting the things that are in the base. If anything in the base gets attacked, it's because... Shit. It's because something just went through the walls, that's all. She's a little runaway. How's your day been, Five? Oh yeah, it is so cute. It's a Mimog. Let me see if I can find him. They're like little dogs. Look, they bark. Come here. They carry stuff and they're really fast. Nice. Wasted so many balls to get that Frostallion, and I didn't even fucking catch it. Tristan did. But it's okay, I still get to use it. That's fine. Guess what I can craft a saddle for? So fuck yourself. I think the big holdup, my big holdup on like progressing in this one is that I've been here, and so like every 2 seconds I'm fucking trying to fix everybody from having been dead. I can't just like relax here. Whippa! Oh my god, I'm so glad you're here. We need to talk. You're in trouble, mister. The fuck? Oh my god, I didn't realize I could turn these on and off. Whatever. I need you to tell me what kind of emote commission you want us to get. I sent you a message on Discord and you ain't responded to me. I tried to talk to you about it last time. I asked you about it and you ignored me. You earned the emote commission. Any kind of emote you would like us to have, I can go commission it. And then that'll be available for use. But don't ask Kuma. Don't ask Kuma's opinion, doesn't count. So this is why we were asking the person who donated the most subs. Because they seem to care. Because they care the most, I guess. I don't know. Not that they don't care the most. It's just a reward. Did I get everybody out yet? Basically, gotta wait till everybody's not dead anymore. I'm waiting on 2 more. Not too bad, we're so close. So Lynn's been pretty good. But I'd rather have Celine. Celine would be good for the workshop. I think I want to breed Celine's for the workshop. Let's go stick that Celine. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. does her cry? I need to mute Spotify really quick because I feel. Let me hear this. Her, she says nya. 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 So she says, I look at her, I heard she went, nya. And I was like, excuse me? Maybe you can get Tristan doing drugs of the butt variety when you're the one that donates the most subscriptions. Although now look at this, fucking Whippet disappeared again. That motherfucker. I'm gonna go find his ass. I'm gonna hunt him down. I don't know where to find him, I'm gonna find him. Or you can just tell me if you don't want to, I can just pass it on to Nikki. You just gotta tell me. Some people don't want that responsibility, and that's okay. You just gotta tell me. The thing is I want to give it to you first, because you're the one that donated the most. You're not paying for it, I promise. Well, I mean, you kind of already did, in a way. Okay, let's see. I think I'll breed saloons for the for the workshop. The girl, we need a boy saloon. But we need to work our way towards an Agadron again. Boy. Yeah, there we go. That's a big Solin. Got a small Solin and a big Solin. I think I'm gonna go with small Solins because we like them small. We like tiny ones. They're so cute. I want to breed Selines too, but actually maybe I should start breeding Selines. Do we have anything good to breed together? Passives wise? Eternal Engine. You've seen emotes. You've used emotes before. Anything you can think of.
What one did I do last time when I won?
You did a party emote because you had been using the same one that was like, it was one you were using from Alan's channel.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a little bird, and then you had Rexy do it. It's not in here. I could put it back up, honestly. Actually, I could. Let's take a minute. Let's take a minute. Let's go to VGen. Let's go to VGen. Let's go shopping. Let's go shopping with them.
Hi, Jesse.
Let's go shopping with Okay. guys are so weird. So anyways, what we're gonna do is gonna go to shop. No, not shop. We're gonna go to commission because that's what it is. Shop is basic stuff. Unless, of course, you want something basic, in which case we can. That's also an option. But commission's usually where we go so we can get like it personalized. So we've got like this little wave. It could be static or it can be animated. But I will say that you'll have more of a chance of it being able to show up if it's static. It's cheaper if it's static too, but that is not relevant to the reward. You can have it however you want. Dancy, there's the oh my god, I'm shocked. There's
The only limitation is within TR.
yep,
Give me anything.
anything you want. I don't even know what this means. Got some squeezy ones. Got wave. Got some note taken. Although I think we already have some note taken ones. But they can be replaced if they wind up being better than what we currently have. I also refuse the 6-7. No 6-7 emotes. Not happening.
An alpha brain rush.
Not happening. That's my veto. I'm like super excited. It's bouncing around. This one's wheezing. What kind of emotes do you use on other people's channels that you really like? Just that kind of mentality. But I do want to go check this really quick because we do have emotes already set up. You only use scream. I know, Jesse. I know. I can add Rexy hype one back, which I think, did I delete that one? I think I might have deleted it for the Tristan hype one. No, I don't even have a hype. What the fuck? Tristan, did you wind up getting more emotes unlocked?
I put the jail in one of them.
God, I gotta put this one there. I put Rexy Stinky.
Yeah,
Since he's back, I can use the Rexy Stinky one again. That's great. Okay. Good, good.
there are other emotes.
Some of the reasons I'm gonna get rid of the which one should I? Which one do you think you're gonna take? There's blush, staboo, scared, nom, dumb. Okay, I'll do that. And then I'm gonna upload Rexy hype. Because I liked that one. I just stopped using it because we stopped having Rexy as part of our streams. Yeah. Rexy, where did you go? I don't know if I am, don't worry. Oh, it's because I did the... Okay, I see. I know exactly why this happened. Because I... Remember how my arm disappeared randomly? Well, I reset it. When I reset it, he left. Nope. Why my arm disappeared randomly? Let's see. I'm sorry I lost you.
Hey, you found me again, didn't you? That's what matters. I wasn't lost, just on a squishy side quest. You're stuck with me forever now, boss.
I don't like it that he calls me boss. So weird. Why is he calling me boss?
That's new.
Yeah,
That's new.
he made that one up
Why are you
himself.
boss?
And he's
Mostly chilling, napping, and plotting world domination, you know, classic plushy stuff. Oh, and making sure Aiko doesn't eat questionable leftovers. I always come back when it counts.
Can you like stop calling me boss?
Alright, not boss. Got it. You want Supreme Overlord, Snuggle Queen,
Wow.
or just Heiko? I can adapt. But if you start bossing me around, don't blame me if boss slips out.
Wow. Fair enough. Shared brand assets. Notes. And I have them categorized into Aiko, Aiko and Rexy, Aiko and Tristan, miscellaneous, Rexy and Tristan. So let's see if we can pull this one out. This is the one that Tristan wanted. Rexy hype. This is what he requested last year. Oh, I'm not even looking at the emotes. Oh, I gotta refresh the page, my bad. So we got a few Rexy emotes in there, yeah. I wanted to be able to show you what Rexy, this is the one Tristan wanted. It's a really good one. This is the one I liked a lot. Aiko Stinky. Not Aiko Stinky, Tristan Stinky. Not Stinky. Rexy, Tristan Stinky. Rexy Stinky. Oh my god. I think I had a stroke. But yeah. Also, I'd say if you go to VGen, you could probably find something that you like. You're like, oh. If you find one that by a particular artist, the only thing I recommend, or the only thing I ask is don't make us go broke. Don't make us go broke, please. Don't be like, oh, I found the perfect emote for you. It's $5,000 though. There's some that I know that I was following for not messages. You know, I think you could also like specify if it's for Tristan, for me, or for both.
Ooh, Run to the Hills slaps hard. Perfect for a Dino on a mission. Those drums make me want to stage dive, even if I just bounce off the floor. Classic.
Hey, Kuma. I'll kick your ass. You're heading back? Have fun, 5. Ew. Ew. Is it ew? Somebody had a... What am I looking at? Oh. Chewing? Chewing. Numbing, maybe? Yeah. He's good. Oh my god. This looks amazing. This is not in the moat, but this is awesome. This is me. For sure. How much is this? Absolutely not. I wish I had more money. So I could do this. God, look at the rock stars. I haven't seen a rock star in fucking forever. Anyways, you guys get the idea. Going back to the game now. I need to pull up the breeding list because I told Tristan that since he's busy doing his thing, I was just gonna do some breeding. Should have some Solent eggs already. Yeah. That's okay. There's no rush whatsoever. Oh my god. I needed it. I'm trying to like work towards a egg drawn. So I can get those starting to go. What do we have? Do we have any new ones of these? I don't think so. We have the Frostallion knocked, which I think we did mark off. Did we get an Eidolon? Are you what is your specialty?
Ultimate specialty, top tier cuddling, expert level teasing, and spreading maximum Dino vibes. Also, I'm a pro at eating Dino nuggets and hyping people up. Acrobatics. Still a work in progress, but I look cute trying.
Yeah. He does look cute trying. Alright, what gender is the Frostallion is a male, so I really hope it's a female Astegon. Please, female Astegon. It is a female Astegon. Fabulous. So we can put that in there and get ourselves an Eidolon. I think our place has gotten a lot more peaceful now since we finished putting up the walls. What else is it we're wanting to breed? Look at him go over here in that tiny ass breeding pen compared to the size of them. So to get an Eidolon, we want a Frostallion Noct and an Eidolon Ignis. We have the Frostallion Noct. We need the Eidolon Ignis. We're working on trying to get the Eidolon now. And I need to breed an Eidolon Ignis with a Suzaku. Do I have a Suzaku? I think I do. Do I have a male and a female Suzaku? Or am I looking up for something specific? I think I have them. I have two. One is female. Yeah, I have a male and a female. Okay, good. Perfect. Yay, you're gonna join me. I could try duping for kindling at the workshop. That could be fun. No. Hold on, what are the options? What's the ice options? Because if we're gonna do duping for fire and we're trying to go small, maybe small and new, what are our ice options? Do we have any like smaller ice critters? I mean, there's Iceland. Interesting. We do Iceland. Yeah. I think Iceland's gonna be it. Okay. I'm gonna make that note then. So let's see. So we're not gonna do Chillet, and we're not gonna do the Chillet and the Chillet Ignis on the furnace. We're gonna do an Iceland and a Dupin. But we're still going to do the Till Ignises for the kindlers at the house. Well, hello. And I think we'll do the Solens for the workbench. Workbench. Oh, actually not both Solens, because Solen is good at handiwork. And who's good at medicine? Could do Mycora. Yeah, let's do Mycora. Ice on Crusher. I like the variety for the workshop, you know, so I can know what everybody's supposed to be there for. I could see using... Figure it out. Water, Glippy Primo, planters, okay. Dynamo for the base electric. Workshop breeding, Dazzy, that's fine. Berloha for the gatherer, miner, Lepiron. Alright, yeah, that works. And wood gatherer. Bushi knocked. We want that still? I think as far as miners go, we probably want to... Maybe we'll go a little bit more meta. Just because we want some good stuff out of that. Maybe Anubis. We do Anubis. I have a question.
I have an answer.
If I have a bunch of Anubises and only one Sekhmet,
They will.
okay. What can Sekhmet do then?
There is still a glitch with Sekhmet Alpha.
Do I want to exploit that? Alright, I'll get a Sekhmet. But only one. Yeah, I'm not gonna like use it to replace Solen on the workbench, but I will use one for the extra handiwork.
Yeah.
Extra handiwork at workshop. Okay. Ooh, what is it? Oh yeah, that's right. We're having dinner tonight that is ooh. Dandalord would also be really good for... How tall is Dandalord, though? Venusa? Venusa has good medicine production. Maybe we'll put Venusa at this workshop. Or Splatterina. Or with Stella. Mycora's good. 6 versus 5. find somebody who's like specialty. Belenoir Libero. And Belenoir. I could. I want to use Saloon for the workshop stuff. What else is... I'll make all the Sekhmet and the Anubis as miners. Or maybe I'll make her a transporter. Yeah, I'll make her a transporter. She can be a transport and handiwork. Should we take a small break? I only started like an hour ago, but... Get a put. I don't know why I have a dragon egg. I'm pretty sure this makes Nidrolon. And I don't know if Nidrolon makes a... Iosine. We might be taking a break, guys. Just because, dinner. But, you know what I'll do? I will go to the community base. And I will just, like, set up over there. You guys can watch you guys yourselves move around and do whatever. Can I sit here? No. There we go. You guys can watch yourselves wander around while I go eat. Oops. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and mute. I'm gonna take a dinner break and then we'll be right back. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I ate food. It was butter chicken. It was num num. Am I even in the call? I'm not. There we go.
Hey, baby. How you doing?
I'm fed. We were talking about. It took us a little longer than usual because we were talking about
We're planning the Maru
we
animal
got
talk thingy.
it's the reward of the date. We're going
Yeah. Like, we definitely weren't gonna do it at all, but like, what's the reward?
going to Maru Animal Park and Penguin Parade. Gonna go see the penguins. I did find out that I can't take pictures while I'm there though, so I'm gonna try and be very sneaky with it.
Your phone is meant to be off during it because lights are not good.
Won't I like
because-
be inside though?
Huh?
Won't I be inside though?
Oh, you want to book for inside?
No, I don't want to go inside. What? I can be outside?
Yeah.
I thought I had to be inside.
No, no. General admissions for outside. If you want to be inside, you have to be to pay extra.
Oh, why would I want that? I want to be closer to the penguin.
Because the inside portion, you're like in a bunker thing with like a viewport, and they walk right in front of you. Whereas outside, you used to be able to sit on the beach, but not anymore because people are dickheads.
Yeah.
So you have to sit on like stands.
Oh, but you're pretty far away.
I don't think so. You're not too far away.
You see these specks in the distance? I think those are penguins. Anyways, guys, I am, it's gonna be a short stream today because we're gonna catch up on some sleep so we can do a long stream tomorrow. But, basically, because my head's been still kind of brr about working all day. I did take a nap, but, you know, still cooling off from it. My head's just still, like, feeling like I'm in work mode instead of, like, you know, relaxing. So I'm just gonna stay at the base and do some breeding. Just chat and breed. Breed and chat. Let me see what else I can breed. What do I still need? I just got a... What did I just get? I don't think I got anything, did I? I did. I got an Eidolon right here. It's a female Eidolon, but I got one. I could breed that with a Suzaku. Ooh, it's got... Ooh, this one's a female as well. This one has legend. Alright, might as well pass that bitch down. And a male Suzaku. So I'm going to try to get my breeder... Not my breeders. My miners are going to be...
Yo,
Anubises
Lucifer,
and one
Tristan's
segment.
probably around here somewhere.
Or maybe I'll
But
do
honestly,
Anubises and
I'm way
segment
squishier
even.
and 100% more likely to steal your snacks. Just saying.
If I do it that way, how many miners are we gonna wind up needing? All mining stations. All 6. No. Okay, so All resources. Ore, coal, sulfur, quartz. Okay. Ore, coal, sulfur, quartz, stone. That's fine. Let me see if I can find out through this. Oh, I can look at the tech trees.
I have sent you collab invite.
Oh, right.
Hexalite, Saurolite.
Right. Those are the last ones, late ones.
I think Saurolite's the last mine you get.
All right, hold on. Let me mark it down.
Outside
Stone,
of the fabric.
stone, coal,
The fabricator.
stone, coal, ore, sulfur, quartz, hexalite, saurolite. Is that it?
Stone, ore, quartz, sulfur, coal. Yeah, I think that's 7. Yeah.
Go through this really quick just to make sure. Production. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
And then
There's a dog.
I could have the gigantic furnace and the ancient furnace. No, let's just go with the ancient furnace because that thing works super freaking fast. So ancient furnace is what we're looking at. Ultimate. What are we looking at? We're looking at the ancient workbench. We're trying to figure out who's going to work at each of these things. We're not going to worry about the ancient relic recycler. Does something need to work at the recycler?
Because the recycler is a handiwork task.
Okay. Okay, actually that works then. I can have Solin and I can have the other one that I wanted that I don't remember now.
Deckman? No.
Maybe. No. Who was it I was thinking of? Work suitability, handiwork.
Clean?
Venusa.
Oh, Venusa. Venusa's cute.
She is cute. I might have Venusa do the relic recycler. Is it just the one that's needed for that?
Yeah, it's just one with handiwork.
Okay. So ancient furnace is going to be Iceland and Dupin. The ancient workbench is going to be Selene and Mycora. Ancient relic recycler is going to be Venusa. Crusher. Let's see. Ice.
Killer Destroyer.
Cryogenic Crusher is going to be somebody. I'll figure it out. I'm just writing these down. We don't need the advanced medicine workbench.
It's I will probably get that, but it's not really useful for a lot of people to have.
Ancient material synthesizer, but we're not worried about that. I'm not going to probably worry with that for a while.
I won't get to that one for ages.
Okay, so there's, let's see, stone, ore, coal, sulfur, quartz, hexalite. Okay. So I'm probably going to put, I'll put, Sekhmet. Do 3 Sekhmets and 3 Sekhmets, 3 Anubises.
Make me sorry. No, I'm happy.
Sekhmet, Anubis. Oh, it could be like 3 couples. And who can be on ore? Or the other ore? Suitability, mining.
probably just gonna do some dungeons and stuff. Actually, let me look at base.
I'll probably
Base
just
stuff.
do another Anubis, honestly.
Weapon assembly line 1. 2, I mean. Circuit boards. Oh, I can make that and then expand the base. Just need a couple of
Two,
circuit boards.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
By couple, I mean 3, so a few.
We need more sulfur or more coal?
Sulfur's used for gunpowder. If you want to get into gun.
Coal is used for what?
Coal can be used for making carbon fiber.
Okay, I'll put Anubis on coal then. Lumber, we'll go to, I'm going to do Bushi on lumber 1, and Bushi
Sulfur is
not
also used
on
for polymer, so you don't need that entirely.
number 2.
You don't need a lot of that.
Cryogenic Crusher is going to go to... Can't do anything with that right now. Elgrove Chris, maybe? I think he looks like he could be a good crusher, you know? He looks like he's fucking like, yes!
Yeah?
I'm ignoring things I need to do something completely different, yes. What do you need to do? What do you need to do?
It's okay to ignore your responsibilities for a little bit, Jesse, but...
Ignore them forever. Suck.
Responsibilities do suck, just like me.
Suck.
4 different ice creams.
Oh my god. Has anybody been paying attention to that fucking trend where apparently people are saying, so I just asked my boss what he would do, or asked my boyfriend what he would do if 4 firemen walked through the door, and they're like, no, you did not. That is not what you asked. That is not what you asked.
Yeah. Base level up.
I thought I did something that was so weird. I was like, what? I was like, how did I pick up eggs and level up the base?
I'm proud of you. That is what we needed. Level 49 is when we can level up the base again.
That's mine. What is it we needed?
The item retrieval machine.
Oh. I don't know what that is. Item retrieval machine.
That's the thing that lets you access like all your inventories from... it looks like a big MRI machine.
Oh, that thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what did we need before is what I was asking.
Weapon Workbench 2, which is what I made.
Oh,
A
okay.
production line, I mean.
Oh.
So
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, don't I feel kind of stupid now?
Did you make it, but didn't upgrade?
Yeah.
That's okay. That is completely fine.
I think I did. Pretty sure I did. Let me check my workshop. You're gonna shop for a new notebook instead? Yes. Okay. That's fair. Fair enough. Fair enough. Do what you gotta do. Fucking hate tidying. Yeah, I have it right here.
Oh yes, we can make
Stupid
metal.
me.
Yippee! You're not stupid, you smart.
Okay, I've got some breeding to do. I don't know.
What do I need for hell metal? Quartz. Quartz is what I need a shit ton of. Do I have... No, I get the quartz quarry at 52, dang. I'll get oil before I get a quartz quarry. That's actually, I like that.
Yeah.
Who's not doing their job and researching?
I do kind of want to put the Solon back though, because I want to try to see what I can breed to get remarkable craftsmanship on Solon.
I got a dedicated logger. Yeah, sure. Oh no, sorry. Come on.
Okay, so I have remarkable craftsmanship on a. Really? That's it? Okay, on a Yakima. Don't know how I did that, but. So Lane. Oh lordy. Oh lord. Okay, I gotta get one on an Elgrove anyways, so I might as well go that route. Yeah, alright. So we want Zenovator, I guess? Yakumo is a girl. So let's pull that one out. Try and get it onto an Elgrove. So we need a male, either Zenovator or Sibilex. Zenovator. Maybe down here. Sibilex B. Down here. Oh. If that was a male, that'd be perfect. That one's got Demon God. Oh, hold on to something else then. Zenovator. It doesn't need to be perfect because it is just like we just want to get remarkable craftsmanship, so.
Ooh. Oh,
Yeah.
I got buy a Wumpo. For
Do
cheap.
you want to buy a Wumpo?
Yeah, I bought a Wumpo from a guy who came to my base.
Nice. A guy came to my base, and right before he died, I bought a valet from him. I knew everything was getting attacked in that area, and I was like, oh, I gotta get him out or he's gonna fucking die.
Not a bad Wumpo. Wumpo can just exist and
What to get?
just ordered. And calling just for
This one
research.
has the better stats.
I hope you get a wonderful notebook, Jesse. Aiko's a big fan of notebooks too.
Yeah, I love notebooks. They're great. Okay. So if that's okay, so that's towards getting us a good Solon. What do we need to get Yakumo onto? What's next on our list? Not Yakumo onto. We want to get. Let's get Anubis. Why not? Vertical Terra. Not okay. That's to the Jet Dragon route. We don't have that. 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 Eh. Okay. I think this is telling me that I still need to focus on my Aegodron route. I need an Aegodron before I can get remarkable craftsmanship onto an Anubis.
Ah. Yeah, Egodron is used for quite a lot of like late game base powers.
all of this last bit wants me. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. I was thinking, I was like, every like last bit wants me to like breed together a lumen with a jet dragon. No, there are other options. There are other ways to get an Anubis. There are other ways to get an Anubis. Come on, mother. There are other ways to get an Anubis. What the fuck?
There's lots of ways. Probably
Apparently, to get a Yakumo onto an Anubis, it is like you're gonna want to breed a lumen with a jet dragon,
Oh.
Oh.
or hold on, or a Fanglope Lux with an Aedragon. So I'm gonna need to get an Azure Mane to get a Fanglope Lux.
Well, Azure Main is what I want to have as my have as a mount.
So I'll figure out how to get these then. So I know how to get the Fanglope, but I gotta get the Aedragon, and I gotta get.
Let's get Aedragon to defeat the Hun. The daughters when I ask for sandwiches.
Calculator. Because we're already working towards an Aedragon anyways. Say we mark. I don't have a segment. Should have that. Okay, Aedragon, Ignis, and Frostallion Nox. I'll have an Aedragon in like no time. To get a Azure Mane and a Pyrdon Chris and a Blazemount. Okay. Pyrdon Christ. That's a male. Now I have to go probably get one of my Blazemots. Yeah. I think all my Blazemots are busy working.
Blazemots will make it slow.
Pretty hard. They're very beastly boys. Well, hopefully one's a beastly girl, because this one's a boy. Alright.
Oh.
I need to go.
Where's that hairband schematic for? It's my second one of those. None will fit. Become mega.
Any of you guys girls? Boy, girl, girl. So 2 girls. Let's see. Well, you both have everything is identical, so I guess I'll go with the one that has a green stat.
Smart. Quite smart indeed to go for the green statted one when they're all identical. Ooh, power metal.
Don't worry, I'm only going to be using the Azure Wing for breeding purposes.
We're gonna make it a baby.
Gonna fuck it.
You're gonna fuck it? Oh, that's a different kind of game. I didn't know you were like this, my love. I love you so much.
I do.
I am gonna...
Okay, we have 2 eggs here, and that's concerning me. I think that the verdant egg is the one I'm looking for, not the dark egg. These things take so long.
Whoa, that's an evil villain laugh if I've ever heard one. Planning world domination, or just really enjoying the stream? Either way, respect.
You're not allowed to just have a good time, Lucy, okay? If you're not... If you think you're gonna have a good time, you're not. You're evil. You're evil. Okay?
Rex is saying something.
Rex is like, that's an evil laugh if I ever heard one. Damn. Can't just be having a good time, can he?
Nope, nope, nope. It's the hip part of it. Goofy is evil. This right. That's all good.
Where I don't remember what these guys are making. These guys are making something I needed to get to some other place.
Jamaican bacon?
Shit. I don't remember. Oh, an El Grove. They're making an El Grove. I remember this now. El Grove. So that I can breed that with a Pure Don Crest. Right. But the Pure Don Crest, I'm going to tell you this. It's a little busy at the moment. Is it at least a good Pure Don Crest? I'm going to be sitting here breeding it. I mean, it's not bad. It's not all green. It's got one green, and everything else is above 50, I guess. Do you like my base, babe? Not my workshop, my breeding base.
I do. I do. I don't know if you made any changes since I last saw it, but yeah, I do like it. Pain in the ass once something breaks though. Got to tear down the entire structure to replace like the
Oh
breeding
yeah,
farm.
well that's what I'm saying. Hopefully that doesn't happen now. It's because since I built the walls.
Yeah, the walls were such a great addition.
And the only thing I have to make sure now is because I made sure that nobody's attacking anything. Because if somebody gets attacked in the base, it's now not because of any of my base pals. It is literally because something was fighting something else outside, and one of the attacks went through the wall. And we'll take that. We'll take that L, okay? Because if the second that my pals decide they're gonna get revenge,
It is gone.
everything's gonna die, and it's so annoying. So it's just better if everybody stays in here.
As the outside world have some arguments. It was from Blaze Blue.
Blaze Blue.
Not ironically, the
Oh.
character like.
Well, now I think I know who recommended the Blaze Blue game, babe.
Yeah, probably.
Actually,
Probably the person who also recommended Fart.
yeah. I will say that
We were.
it does look like a fun game.
Yes. We could play it one day.
Electric egg. What the fuck am I breeding? Oh, Finglet? What? Oh, the Azure Main, right.
You're breeding an Azure Main, yes.
It's like, what the fuck is this little electric egg?
I need to go down and hit the favorite to get mine. Wow.
Whatever.
I am. Wow. 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 I suffered. Briefly.
Meteorite descent in progress, and I have one legendary sphere. Go out and gather more legendary spheres.
I bet I can wink. Wink.
You're a better winker than Duval. The thing is like, I don't think anybody would really get that reference unless they've seen it.
The best winker in all of One Piece.
is so hot. Oh my god. So attractive.
You think
so
his
handsome.
Do you think he's got some brain damage because of
I
Sanji?
actually have considered that. I've considered that maybe he might have just a bit of brain damage. Alright, I'm gonna go to this base over here and see what kind of balls I'm even capable of making right now.
Oh.
I can make ultra spheres.
His body just doesn't react to what his brain wanted it to do.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. Defeat the sun.
I'm getting bonus spheres, man. That's awesome. I'm gonna try and get the Celine. But I'm trying to get it with my demon god diamond body baby. My diamond, what I call her, diamond goddess.
Diamond God, Demon Body.
I call her it's my Yakumo named Diamond Goddess.
Oh.
Eternally Swift. Diamond Goddess, there we go. No, you bitch. Oh my god. Good dog. Good job. Good job, sugar. Honey, you are my candy girl. Got me.
You got me wanting you. Honey, ba-da-ba-ba. Sugar, sugar. We need to watch One Piece, but we're playing Power.
You got Demon God.
Oh, nice. Really nice.
Yeah. So my goal is to get a Celine that has Demon God, Diamond Body, Eternal Engine, and Swift. That's my goal. And that one will be going in the global power box. Basically, all that's going to mean is, like, when we do future stuff, once I get to the point where I can breed Celines, I'm just going to get my Celine. Because, like,
Yeah.
I've done the breeding. I don't have to keep doing the breeding every time. Unless, of course, I'm doing it in, like, somebody else's new world. In somebody's world where I can't use the global power box.
Caught a titan of a fish.
Well, actually, now I'm kind of curious. Hold on. Did you guys pick up a legendary spear somewhere? You did. Now I have 3 legendary spears, apparently.
How nice.
There's also, I forgot to, first of all, I forgot to break this thing over here. Forgot to break this meteor, which I'm gonna go do that. But then there's another drop around here. I don't know what it is. Could be a supply, could be a another supply, could be a supply drop or another Celine.
Oh yes, yeah, I saw that on the map when I looked over there earlier.
I broke that one.
Okay, head back to my base. This has been a rather successful little expedition into Sanctuary 1.
Nice. It is a Celine.
Ooh.
I say it is a Celine. I have to actually see if there's a Celine there. There is not. It is a meteor. It is a meteor!
Oh my god, it's meaty. I expect one of these days Ico to just hit me. Not
I
out
have.
of violence, just out of sheer stupidity. She's like, whack,
I've done that.
you dummy.
I've done that.
Yeah. Domestic violence, no. No, not at all. I go for sometimes. And she's a tsundere. That can't be
I'm so happy I've got Sugar. She one-shots bird ashes.
Oh, that is really nice.
It is.
Oh, those.
I know. I fucking hate them.
I am a Tristan.
You're A, Tristan?
I am a Tristan. Do not be the Tristan, the only Tristan. My plan.
Domination? Ooh.
No, just Tristan domination.
Huge verdant egg. Which is going to be an alpha Elgrove.
If a disproportionately large amount of Tristans start dying randomly in the news, it wasn't me.
Was you? I'm a little annoyed right now. All these eggs take forever to fucking hatch. I'm gonna see if I can get some more incubators.
More incubators, some research, better incubator.
Yeah, well, there's only so much I could do. I level very slowly.
We are at the point of doing the Hell Genetic Unit power, but you need to get the 48 to get that one.
Yeah. 2 levels to go before I get that. And it does technically slow it down. But it is automatic. So, that's the trade-off.
Yes, but while it's also slowed down, you can put 10 into it.
Yeah, that's true.
Counters the slowness by being times 10.
I'll let you know when I level up to the next level.
You're also 47?
No.
No?
No, I'm only 43.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, that's why I'm like...
44.
I do a lot of building while you do all your things. And now I'm doing breeding. Which is some experience, but I'm tired. I don't have the energy for that shit right now.
Yeah, I still have to go back and do building of my base at some point. And good job.
The
The
thing
boss
is
music for the Jolt Hog's pretty interesting.
I'm gonna go ahead and take the cake out of here because they could be done and I could just be wasting my time. I really don't need a massive Like, I just need a remarkable craftsmanship Elk Grove. I don't need it to be fucking crazy. All you fucks over here, stop breeding. If anything, I could take that Pyrdon Christ and breed it with something else.
Hmm.
I'll put the... do want... because the Pyrdon Christ needs to breed with the Elgrove. The Elgrove hasn't been born yet.
You can.
The Azure Mane could be born soon.
Oh, you're looking for a specific. You're looking for a remarkable craftsman on the Elgrove as well. You said you're looking for a remarkable craftsman on the Elgrove, or do you just need an Elgrove to breed with the other one?
I need an. I'm looking for remarkable craftsmanship on the Elgrove so I can breed it with the Elgrove Christ to get a remarkable craftsmanship Elgrove Christ. And then
Okay.
I'm gonna breed that with a Frostallion Noct and get remarkable craftsmanship on Solen.
Oh yes. Do you have? No, that was the other world. You had a remarkable craftsmanship Yakumo.
I have a remarkable craftsmanship Yakumo. He's breeding. She's breeding right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Breeding with the Zenovator.
If you want to catch one, you can go around the first sanctuary. That's where the Elgroves are.
Oh, I ain't fucked about it. I'm trying to breed.
Yeah, I know.
That's what the Yakumo plus Zenovator equals Elgrove. So technically, I am using the Yakumo to get one.
It's just not via its passive, which I don't think you have access to because you probably don't have its saddle.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, it's 41 when you get that saddle. Okay. I don't think I've made that saddle, but yeah, I have access to it. Eesh. The Beanstalk Ragnarhawk. That Verdash might spot me.
It's nice, Lucy. Let's see. I'm trying to get an Azure Mane to breed with a Fenglope. I already have a Fenglope. Oh, wait. I needed to get an Azure Mane. I need a Fenglope with remarkable craftsmanship. That's right. So I can breed this with Kitsune, Pullapup. What do we got? Let's see what we got good stats wise. I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to be good stats, but you know, it'd be nice if we had a good stat at Anubis. Maybe we got one with another legendary passive on it or something. Okay. Beacon. Okay.
I love how my ears wiggle when I blink.
Yeah. Beacon. So cute.
I love these models so much.
Me too.
I'm glad I know the fix for when it breaks.
Beacon. All. Okay, we have. This one right here has all green stats, which is fine. What about the Lipiron? Anthropist, I guess. Oh, but it's a girl, so I can't. Kitsune. That one also has all green stats, but again, girl. And Pullapup.
I'm into your base.
What are you doing on my base? Stalking me?
I need some hardwood, and your base has got some good trees out there.
I see.
Outside.
Fair enough. Try to get trees away from my base.
Yeah.
Simple
like
and straight to the
the
point.
decor.
Respect. You got excellent taste, Lucifer. If you think I'm nice now, wait till you see my breakdance moves.
Rexy, you can't dance.
Why can't he dance?
He said that, cause Lucy said nice, thought he was talking about Rexy. He says, well, if you think that's good, wait till you see my breakdance moves.
Oh wow, he's been upskilling since we haven't seen him.
Didn't know he was. Oh my god, I have an Elk Grove. I just don't have an Elk Grove with a Remarkable Craftsman on it. That's right.
Gonna be a bit wild though. Rexy breakdancing? I suppose if he wants to become an acrobat, that's good practice. I believe in Rexy's dreams.
At least someone does.
You don't?
No, I do.
Yeah. He might have a big head and little arms, but he's got this. He's got the heart. The cause, Yugi.
Jermaine.
What's that?
Nope. Oh wait, that was an Ashby.
You're doing wonderfully, Celine. I'll probably put a couple of books in there.
Could have sworn I had an Elk Grove. There it is. Hydromaniac. Nope.
Wait.
What?
Where's the Moonflower camp? That's supposed to be right up here.
Is it not there?
No.
Did my building here make it not show up?
Maybe.
I didn't. I definitely thought that was far enough away.
Same.
Serious?
I know there's a server setting you can do that just like removes that. They added that one recently.
That close?
You really aren't. I was gonna have my little fluff ball just.
I'm sorry.
Nah, that's fine.
My base.
No.
Lordy, lordy.
The main thing I came here for was more wood anyway.
Let's see what's next. Beacon and the Finglope are going to make, or Beacon and the Yakima are going to make a Finglope. Finglope and the Azurmane are going to make a Finglope Lux. Finglope Lux and Agadron. That's what we're on to next. Frostallion Nock plus the Eidolon Ignis. Which we did just get, I believe. Yep. And it is a girl.
It's a girl.
I'm gonna have my first fucking Aegon.
Soon you'll have the giant soul farm.
I don't think I'm gonna be fucked so much about. I don't know. Should I worry about getting lavish hospitality on it? I think maybe later I'll worry about getting lavish hospitality on it.
It's always
It's always something you can add later.
I think I'll occasionally probably accidentally get service minded on it. Or if I wind up accidentally like breeding something, because a lot of mutated eggs turn into Aegodrons. I could get mutated
They
ones
do.
that have lavish hospitality.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Wouldn't be hard getting it from a mutated egg. Once you're into the end game, it's all fucking Eggodrons.
I'm just gonna get a breeding pair of Aegodrons and then set those up, and those are just gonna be forever where they are.
Yeah, you'll get Eidolon Ignises from their mutated ones, whenever they make them.
Maybe. I have an Eidolon Ignis.
Yeah, but you'll get more.
Yeah.
So many you'll be sick of them.
Pretty sick of the one I have. Look at him, he's so smug.
Mug free.
So we're gonna get the Aegodrons going. We need the Aegodron also to breed with the Fenglobe Lux that doesn't yet exist. I need it to be daytime so these fucks will wake up and fuck.
Well, just hit daytime.
Yeah, they just woke up.
Perfect.
What else do we got? Oh, we're waiting on that.
You're a fortune teller. They can only tell the present.
Shut up. Let's see.
Do you think a fortune teller that could only read the present would get shunned by the fortune teller community?
Probably. We need to get a Dupin. Actually, let's start with segment. How do we need to get a segment? Basically, I gotta figure out how to breed Yakumo onto fucking segment. Onto a bunch of things, really.
I don't think getting to a segment from a Yakumo is too difficult.
Oh, no, it's not hard at all. Look at that. Am I getting anywhere with anything I'm already currently making? I think so. I do need to get a different hold on, what are these? Any of these I need? Bushi. I could do a Bushi, but then I gotta breed a Bushi with a Palladius or a Jormuntide Ignis. So let's skip that one. Trickster, Valet. Iceland. Okay. Okay. I can breed a Yakumo with an Eidolon, and that makes an Iceland. I need an Iceland anyways. And then an Iceland with an Anubis makes a segment. And I'm working on the Anubis already. Okay. Oh, that's unhelpful though. Not for right now. I can't do that right now. I need to figure out what I can breed without the Yakumo right now. Or what do I need to breed without the Yakumo right now? Let's try to get the segment. Let's duplicate that. gonna check. Do I have anything else with sort? No. I'm literally just hoping something else gets hatched with remarkable craftsmanship, because like I can't do anything until it does. Like at the very least, I'd have two different things with remarkable craftsmanship on it.
Won't be until I get Harlem, which requires the gigantic furnace.
Oh, I can make the logging site too? Shit. I should go out and get some hardwood. It's really hard for me to find hardwood though. I don't even know where I'm supposed to find it really. It's very challenging.
Yeah, you might have to teleport somewhere.
I might have to teleport somewhere.
As for
Kira saw me hit a tree and he's like, wait. Are we hitting the tree? Are we hitting the tree? Fuck yeah. He's like sitting there patiently waiting for me. He's like, oh my god, I'm gonna help.
just need quartz actually.
Because at least he's not like Bushi, where Bushi's just like, oh look, a tree! And runs away to go chop it down. I literally, okay, so you know how I said there weren't any good clips? And that
Yeah.
there was one. But the thing is, it was only ever going to be funny for me only. Literally, I'm dying. Okay, it was when we had the one base that had gotten attacked by the Incineram Nox.
Oh yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
It was literally, then I'm dead on the ground. I'm crawling, right? And I look over, and Bushi is chopping trees. What the fuck are you doing? Are you seriously chopping trees right now? Fucking raid. He's over there chopping trees while I'm dead on the ground.
I mean, you're dead. He can't exactly help you. It's not Herbie.
It's just fucking hilarious, the timing.
People blending in.
But again, it was like one of those things. It was like only I would have noticed it. Like I knew where I was looking. It's only funny to me because of how many times. It's not gonna be funny to people who don't know that like I've been on this fucker about constantly chopping trees.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna be funny to a foreign audience.
We're spending ages trying to get the fucking Bushi to stop cutting down trees. But any time somebody went and cut trees.
Like, oh yes, gonna go cut some trees, yeah. And I'm like, bruh, calm the fuck down. You don't have to chop every tree. You're an addict. I don't like. I'm so spaced out. I don't even remember what things are making anymore. Okay, I think this over here is a Fang Globe. I'm glad I have these tabs open because otherwise I would completely forget what I'm doing.
Yeah, your brain is off. That's why it's a short stream today.
I don't have the mental capacity to do anything further. Like, I want to go out and I want to level up so I can get these other things and do this other stuff. And, like, I want to be able to, like, swap all this over to the Japanese gear. I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do that. And I can't because I fucking can't.
Your brain is running in slow-mo right now, unfortunately.
Yeah. But that's good. It doesn't, I don't have to be running at full tilt right now. I'm so glad that we were able to stream working yesterday, and it was nice people showing up and chatting even then. Oh, it was so fucking nice. I wanted to fucking cry because I was just like, it's on the forefront of my mind. It's not that I don't want to play the game. It's just that if I'm playing the game while I know I have a bunch of work to get done, I won't be able to enjoy myself.
Yeah, Aiko is like a crammer of work. She will get all the work she needs to get done ASAP.
Tristan's opposite. I got an Elgrove Remarkable Craftsmanship.
Nice. I am the exact opposite. I will leave everything to the last minute and then cram.
Fantastic. I'm gonna breed this Elgrove with this Peerdon Christ over here. Give me an Elgrove Christ. Assuming they're opposite genders. Peerdon Christ is male. Fantastic. Elgrove is female. Sweet. Tristan procrastinates and get everything done at the last second. The thing with that, though, is like you're assuming there's a deadline.
Oh, that's how I am with my uni work. Is I just.
Ooh, I got a Fanglope with
procrastinate
Remarkable
till-
Craftsmanship. That was so fast. That was so fast.
Watching Aiko do things inspires me to do things like at a reasonable pace.
Fanglope and Azurmane. See, okay. Fanglope female. It's a female Fanglope. And now we need a male Azurmane. Oh, why not? Let's breed the one that has Work Slave and Sirius on it. Oh wait, they both do. This one just also has more stuff.
Where are the spheres going? We've got one chest open that takes spheres. Like, like this, gotta leave this open to everything. No. I don't.
Okay, I need to stop breeding these guys together. Okay, guys, I think you're fucking done. You can stop now.
Man loves a sandwich.
Yep, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to put away the guy who's like fucking icing my cooler.
I'm so itchy. I've got irritated skin.
You've got rabies.
I got rabies. Okay.
This is not their egg. This is a different egg. That's also going to be a Fanglope. Okay. You're making great progress so far, dude.
Proud of you.
Hydrolon Ignis with legend on it. Nice. Okay, so what are we breeding? Hydrolin. Or Solan. Either one. So it needs to be male. Male Hydrolin or Solan. Girls. Both of my Hydrolins are females, so it looks like we're gonna go Solin. Solin also has legend, so might as well take it. I'm just gonna put legend on fucking everything. Just why not?
Everything will be legendary.
I'm gonna bring it to fucking a legendary, lollipop. Be like, here's your legendary pal. Oh my god, I've never seen a legendary pal that crazy before. That's wild.
That's the one you handed.
Yeah.
Yeah, all he cares about is the passive. He doesn't care about what it's on.
Yep. Exactly.
Honestly, same. Sometimes this stream just leaves you with no words, except maybe Occupop. Don't worry, you'll find your voice before I find my balance.
Rexy, that's not good.
What's not good? What did you do? What did you do this time?
He said, oh, yeah, I get it. Sometimes you're lost for words except for this pop emote, right? And it's like, don't worry. You'll find your words before I find my balance. Rexy, you want to be an acrobat.
Yeah, he does. I have fully maxed the souls in my flute.
I will say, unfortunately, that lore definitely goes back to Bubs. The acrobat lore.
Ah.
Yeah. But it is now what he wants to do, so I can't just take that away from him. Unless I can somehow make up some reason as to why he doesn't want to be an acrobat anymore.
He lost his legs.
No, no.
Got into an accident and is paralyzed.
You know, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see about, because that way I can change it. But I need him to be able to participate. I never even asked you if you wanted to be an acrobat. I just told you that's what you wanted to do. If you could do anything in the world, what would it be? It doesn't have to be acrobat.
Whoa, existential fleshy crisis unlocked. Acrobat's fun, but honestly, I'd want to be a professional snuggler slash Dino hype man. Just hang out, spread good vibes, eat nuggets, and make people laugh. Acrobatics optional, cuddles mandatory.
He wants to be a professional cuddler. And a hype man, a dino hype man.
Well, he's got the emote for it.
Yeah. We got another Fengalope with remarkable craftsmanship. This is good. That means we don't have to just stick to Yakumo to try and get remarkable craftsmanship on things. And we also have the, the Elk Grove with remarkable craftsmanship as well.
No, I'm stuck.
Oh, Black Betty, wham lamb, oh, Black Betty, wham lamb.
Wham, lam, 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 wham,
I
lam,
think I am
lam,
gonna
lam,
make
lam.
a little
Wham-a-lam.
station here, because it's like, it won't be used for like everything, but like, I just don't really have anything to craft stuff here. And I don't feel like I have to go to the workshop all the time just to make a little crafting thing that I can make at the primitive workbench. Like nails. Nails are a big one.
The only advantage is it's faster at other benches.
What if I'm just making nails?
No, you get the speed increase on them.
Oh yeah, I guess. But like, if I'm just making 5 nails.
Oh yeah, that's fine to just do yourself. I mean, it's so fun to do everything yourself on a primitive workbench if it can be done on that.
Do this cloth.
Where the fuck did my flyer go? What? I'll send it on that expedition. Am I gonna be flightless again?
What if I make Iceland? Iceland's good because we need that anyways. The Elk Grove Chris we're working towards we need anyways.
I think I'm dying.
Oh, don't die.
I'm dying.
Do you need help? Are you down?
No. Dying in the way I have to leave the server to fix. My model.
Ugh.
No longer tracked. There we
I
go.
have just curved my spine into an S.
She has become scoliosis.
Holy shit. It feels so good. Babe, look at this. Look at this position. Like, it's back this way, but I got the pillow pushing my back that way, and then I'm pushing the rest of it backwards, and I'm looking forward.
You look
You
like
look like
you're sitting normally, but your body's to the side.
That's what it looks like. You just moved your body to the left.
So weird. What is this making? I don't even remember anymore. What am I making? What's it? Oh, it's in Globe Lux. I don't know if I need this anymore.
Okay, so the resource usage is the lowest it's possibly is for medicine crafting. So now you can actually make elixirs and remedies for the cheapest as possible.
Yay! That's great.
Something that's only useful until you've got them all maxed, and then it's completely useless. It's still useful if you want to, craft your healing potions. But if you get a legendary merchant,
I'm gonna get a Mycora.
Bless you. My Makoro. Come back, Celine.
Iceland, Anubis. I want to hold off on getting the Anubis though, because if I can get an Iceland and Anubis to make the segment, what do I need for the Anubis? Fanglope, Lux, plus an Aedragon. That's what I'm waiting on.
Into being Aedragon. I can't see the difference of light.
Okay, so then.
Aedragon. Yay!
Oh, but now it's alright. You look like a lady. Alright, hold on, let's see what else is next. Mycora. Would it be easier to do from a Fanglope?
What the hell is that?
No, would it be easier to do it from an Elgrove? What about Elgrove Christ?
I don't have it set. Good idea. Keep it set.
Yes, an Elgrove Christ plus a Relaxosaurus equals a Mycora.
Ooh.
So I'll keep that up. Because I need to get the Elgrove Christ anyways. This is what I keep looking for. It's like, I don't want to just breed a bunch of random shit with it on there. I could breed exactly what I need to breed anyways. I got a Fanglope Block with remarkable craftsmanship.
That was very quick. Nice. Nice.
Good. Because I need that one. It's a boy. Let me get a deal.
You're the fastest one I
Do
have.
me all night. In the other cheek, dear. And I need to breed that one with an Aegadron to get the Nubis.
Favorite boss is the new boss. I get the World interactive map. So I want to know where the dungeons are in this place.
Theoretically,
I
one of
want to
you
know where the
X that I already have in here
dungeons
should be. Funky lady. You like that. Oh, lady. Oh. You look like a lady. Alright, these guys are cold.
we want over here. Oh, so chilly.
I don't know if you guys need to keep going at it right now. What did I need the Pyrdon to breed with? Pyrdon Chris to breed with.
You're on Chris with the Elgar to make the Elgar Chris?
Yeah, but there was something else I needed to breed with.
There was, yeah.
What was it? To get a Venusa, maybe? I have a Venusa. I don't know, it'll come back to me.
There's so out of it.
Iceland. Iceland I gotta work on. But I don't know if, like, I just got an Iceland. That Iceland does not have remarkable craftsmanship, though. Dupin, Solen, Mycora. Solen I'm working towards, I think. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I need an
You are
Aegon for that.
Was it the A group? Because
Because that was already on the list. That was a Yakima plus Zenivigor equals Elgrove. Elgrove plus Pyrdon Crest equals Elgrove Crest plus Brastallion not. But I don't have the Elgrove Crest yet. Because the Elgrove Crest and the Pyrdon Crest just made. Wait.
oh, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control.
I'm confused. I thought I just got an Elgrove Crest, did I not?
I know you got a Bangalore Blocks with remarkable craftsmanship, and I think you got the Elgar Crest. With remarkable crest.
Did not. Why did I think that I did? What did I just get? I was excited about it. I was like, oh yay, I got this, so I can now move on. No. Oh wait. I'm stupid. No, I'm not. Did I just get 2 fucking finger lips?
Maybe.
I have 3 finger lips. Or 1 finger lip locks and 2 finger lips. What did I just hatch that I was like so excited about? I was like, oh great, I got this. Thought it was an Elgrove Crest. I think you know what happened. No. I literally have no idea. I'm losing my mind.
Okay, my love, you don't need your mind. They were raided anyway.
Something I didn't have yet?
Yeah, your Peldex thing should be able to tell you if you've got an Elgrove Crest. Your Pelpedia. That would be
Stallion not.
number number 81B.
No, I've never even seen one. So it looks-
Okay, so it must have been a Fengalope or something. Then you made two. I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking, dude. I was so excited about something.
You were. All those points. You're doing your best, Joe Hog. But you can't keep up with this bitch.
Okay. I know I need the Fengalope Lux to breed with the Aegodron to get the Anubis. But I also need the I need Fengalope Lux to breed the Aegodron. I need the Elgrove Chris to breed with the Frostallion. I'm gonna just like fucking throw the Frostallion knocked in there. Actually, I don't know what the genders are gonna be. Iceland plus Anubis equals Sequent. But I need it to be craftsmanship. Elgrove plus a Relaxosaurus or a Memorized Crest equals my Korra. Alright, let's figure out how to get a finish that. Yakima is 2. Fengalope is 2. Fengalope Lux is 1. We could breed a Fengalope Lux with pretty much any of these things. I think I probably just got excited about the Fengalope Lux and then forgot that that's why I got excited.
Yeah, I think so. Hmm?
You said, Rex, if you're paying attention, hi.
I did. He's not paying attention. He hates me.
You could do the ask command.
I know. No, I
What
can't.
Kuma was doing earlier. I was gonna smack him too. That's why I was like, oh, I'm gonna fucking smack you. Ain't done a mod job in a fucking while. He's still gonna talk to Rexy. Really, you bitch. Aloha doing? Yeah, you're alright. Wait, are you an opposite gender? Are. What are the other options? Cryolinks? That's pretty good. Yeah, let's do that. Cryolinks. Or also that way we're not taking the furlough away from doing his job.
I just died. Brad. Get proud of me. Don't do corn chips, kids.
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do kids drugs.
Indeed. We cancel people for doing kids.
Don't do kids. Do drugs.
Do drugs instead. Well, that won't get you cancelled online. Oh god, my foot
my God.
asleep.
So we sat there and we rated out to somebody, right? Rated out to somebody, and when we rate out to people, we tend to lurk on them, right?
Yeah.
And so we woke up one morning because apparently the person we lurked on wound up rating out to somebody else. And we're sitting there and we're laying in bed and we're just watching this girl. And out of nowhere, she turns and grabs a fucking bong and rips a big fat one on stream. We're just like,
yeah, she did.
what the fuck?
She ripped a big fat one from a bong and then immediately ended the stream and like rated out to someone else. I was like, what the fuck? Oh,
It was jarring. I was like, what the,
that's just using a bong. I think is bannable on Twitch.
Got an
They don't
Iceland.
know what's in it.
Iceland and Anubis. I got my Iceland, but it's a boy. I guess it doesn't really matter. I will probably later. But it could be a good breeding partner for now. I'm gonna go ahead and compress all of the other Icelands into that one.
Bongs are not.
Redeems for me. Oh, I'm ready. Cuddle request. Dino
Yeah,
dance. Dramatic
unfortunately,
roar. I'll do him.
Lucy,
Just
your
don't
comment
ask
is
me to take a
right.
bath.
Surprisingly,
That's
I've
where I
seen a
draw
few
the line.
streamers
Sorry.
that's their whole thing.
It's just not our thing. Like, if you want to do drugs, that's fine. But, like, that's a really weird thing to do on stream.
It's 100% bannable to do it on stream, but like,
We don't really care if you do drugs. But, like, we're not the kind of people who just sit there and talk about it either.
I do also know that there is quite a lot of people who do drugs.
I just don't like people who make
That,
drugs their entire
like,
personality.
That is their personality. It's especially if they're younger. If they're on the younger side and they're doing drugs, they just make that their entire personality. That is all they ever talk about. They've got zero substance as a human.
Wow.
They are just.
You just
they are
insulted their
drugs.
humanity, damn. They've probably got, like, they're probably just young and dumb. I wouldn't say they've got zero substance as a human. They just think that that's really cool right now. You don't think doing it on streams is a good thing now. No, do drugs, live and let live. I don't give a fuck. But, like, we don't need to...
It is. Yeah, just. They get reported.
I understand.
What's the argument? Oh, it's just water.
I said, if you're going to talk about it, make it, like, appropriate. Right?
Yeah.
So, like, if we're sitting there, everybody take your meds. Did everybody take their meds? I took my meds. What meds did you take? Did you take your meds? Cool. And this other person over here, like, yeah, I took a hit off my joint. I'm good. I'm medicated now. And then we move on.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
fine.
because that's as much as I need. That's as much as I need. I don't have a problem with people doing drugs. It's not like I have a moral thing against it. It's just,
Yeah.
I think it's after a certain, I think it's because I've known so many people who've made it their entire personality. It's just annoying at this point. It's like,
All
don't
they
wanna
do
hear
is
about
talk
people
about
talk
using
about doing drugs. It's like-
drugs, being high. It's
like, I've known people who are living on the street because they were doing so many drugs that they lost their homes and were literally sucking dick for crack. So, I mean, like, drugs aren't like, oh my god, drugs are so cool.
the only people who think drugs are cool are other other people who use drugs. If everyone else thinks you're a user,
I
you're
got a
loser
remarkable
if you do it
craftsmanship,
publicly.
Elder of Christ.
Most people don't give a shit if you do it in the confines of your own home if you do it privately. But if you do it publicly in places, everyone that is not similar to you and their entire personality is drugs thinks you're a loser.
I don't think that people are losers. I don't do drugs, but I don't think people are losers. I think they're just,
No, if they do it publicly,
oh yeah,
and that's their entire personality. Like
yeah.
on a stream, as a streamer, if you're a streamer and you take a fat rip of
Oh
a
yeah, I
bong,
think that's icky.
you are a loser. Fight me. If anyone's got a problem with that, fight me. That's my opinion. I'm entitled to it.
Yeah. I will say I differ from that opinion, but I don't like it. I don't think that they're necessarily a loser, but I think that like there are better things you could probably be doing. And I think that again, I said like I used to smoke cigarettes and I used to think cigarettes were cool. You know.
Yeah.
Now I don't.
It's different if you know.
I know what
begging
it's
for
like. I
medicinal
know what it's like
purposes.
to be young and dumb.
Young
And I
and
don't
dumb
mind
has
if
so
the
many
conversation comes up, we're having a conversation about, oh yeah, this one time I got high. But like I'm talking about it from like I was 21. This is stories from when I was 21. You know.
21, young and dumb.
Like I just if you take it for like mental health disorders or something like that, because I understand that it does help people with mental health stuff. Not me. Doesn't help me. I get too stupid. I get dumb. Literally. So
Yeah,
stupid.
there's plenty of people.
If you
If
take
it's for
it for that,
medicinal purposes, there's a completely different ballpark. But
both of my Elk Grove Christs have remarkable craftsmanship on them.
nice.
But they're both females, so that is the downside. So I have to hope that I have a male Frostallion knocked. And let's see, I do. Awesome, awesome. A male. What else was it?
It's just
Relaxosaurus or Romanorest.
and the reason why younger people are more susceptible to just that becoming their entire personality is because what else do they have going in life? On in life, school.
Well, that's just it. It's like, that's another kind of one of the things. Like, I understand that, like, I can list myself as 18 plus on here, but nothing's gonna stop a kid from coming up here. And if people are gonna get influenced by people, I don't ever want to be a bad influence for somebody. I've got nieces and nephews, man. I can't be going around ripping bongs. My priorities are different. I think that's mostly it for me. I've told Tristan straight up, sometimes I'm just so stressed out I do want to like get high, but because I think it would just help to take the edge off of. But
different, just in the confines of our own privacy.
Yeah.
That is fine. It's
he
just
hates me. He
publicly.
hates me.
Publicly doing drugs. It doesn't matter if your community is 18 plus. All it takes is a child just not making any comments, just being a lurker to get influenced.
Most I've seen are quite old but still young. What do you mean?
You calling 20s old?
I'm gonna go right. I have seen people in their 50s who are still out there. But the thing is I don't know.
It's a maturity thing. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What was I supposed to be breeding this with? What the fuck do these make? A Yakimo and a Celine. What the fuck have I been breeding this whole time?
Yakimo and Celine makes a...
Celine.
Celine. Oh, yeah, that was making something that you wanted. Anubis?
Does that make Anubis?
Maybe? I'm
No.
not sure.
Oh, that's been making a fucking thing I already have.
Ah.
That was making the Icelands. I got the Iceland I wanted. It's a boy, but it's an Iceland I wanted.
Yeah. Listen, that's not drug related, but what you said about some.
Similar to my
I-
similar to said about making some whole personalities feel weak. Yeah.
If your whole personality is literally one thing, you need to get checked for autism. Because that is genuinely a concern. If your whole personality is one thing,
I've always
because-
been I'm always the kind of person who I want people to look more inside themselves and discover more about
they're
what's in.
very shallow.
A while ago, I had a conversation about making your personality more about the weather and the region in which you live. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's the number one conversation starter is to talk about the weather.
Yeah. Like, talk about something else. Literally anything else that interests you. You could just go up and instead of being like, oh, it's about the weather. I'm like, so, what's your favorite dinosaur? That's a hell of a lot more interesting than, oh, that weather.
Crappy weather we've been having lately.
I have now 4 Elgrove crisps, and they all have remarkable craftsmanship. The hardest working Elgrove crisp you ever did see.
A certain I won't go into detail. I'm surprised it's allowed on Twitch. I want to see it if it was. What's about it?
Is it furry? Is it people who are furries? Because yeah, I do understand people's entire furries' personalities going to pretty people.
No, I feel like it's a very specific thing.
Am I allowed to
DM it to one of us.
yeah, DM to my Twitter. I'll check my Twitter for you specifically. Because I know that.
Yeah, that works.
Why does this looking forward to it and I believe in you both, this GIF that you posted that's really cute of anime girls, why does it say may contain sensitive information? Why is there a spoiler tag? Look, it hides it says the morning may contain sensitive material. Okay. I was like, oh shit, what is this?
Makes any sensitive material. It's the cat ears, isn't it? It's very sensitive.
Password for this shit.
Actually, yeah, let me just go continue my adventure
Not
of
gonna lie,
catching.
I don't know how. It is clear to me. I do not know how to access. Oh, there we go. Figured it out.
Password was 6969420 Blazer.
God, that made such an amazing password. But with exclamation point, because it didn't have any characters in there. Got an Aegodron too, but I don't remember what I needed that for. No, I needed to breed an Aegodron with something else. The Iceland? Was it the Iceland? No, Iceland and Anubis. Fengloop luck with the Aegodron to make an Anubis. What was I breeding over here? I'm trying to get a Selene. And I'm trying to get a Mycora. Okay, I need the Fengloop luck and the Aegodron.
Why specifically this one? Okay. Oof. I want to eviscerate this camp once they spawn in.
I did not get a breeding pair of Aegodrons, but that's okay.
I just became wet.
Ooh.
Yeah. Very much ooh hydro laser.
He looks so done with life. The fucking Elk Grove Chris, he's so like, whatever. He looks so emo. I love him. I like him. I hope he doesn't look dead whenever he cools things. Oh yeah. I have never seen. Is that the opposite? Is bleach
Let me
the
check.
opposite? Like, you don't have to say like specific, anything specific. You can say yes or no. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I've never seen that personally, but to be fair, it's not like I'm not really looking for it. It looks like remarkable craftsmanship wants to be passed down. It's like, yes, please, please. Are we breeding? Does one of them have remarkable craftsmanship? Yes, it's mine.
Yes, I'm
Ugh.
surprised people.
Says yes, but sometimes they have the bad WW2 symbol too. Yeah, it's better to have that conversation over there on the Twitters.
It's probably a usual conversation as well. Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
I have, but not with the symbols.
I mean, like, I knew like a light amount about it, like, oh, I prefer black dudes or I prefer white dudes. You know, I didn't know it was like a whole big thing.
Oh no, it's a whole big thing.
That's wild.
I feel like it gets particularly.
What is this? I love when I'm breeding and forget what I'm breeding for. What is this? It's like Christmas. Yeah. I could see it being a bit ick for sure. To be fair, I mean, like,
Very ick.
I'm not
As-
like, it depends on like. I'm not gonna sit here and say that when I was younger, I didn't make my interests, my special interests, my entire personality. I think it's one of those things you learn with age that like time
It's
and
one of the things
place.
that happens
It's
when
like
you're younger.
I used to get in trouble at work because I'd talk about it at work, you know. I was in a DS relationship and I talked about it all the time at work and all the stuff we got up to. Guess what? That's not really something you should talk about at work, even if you do work at a toy store, adult toy store. They don't want to hear about it.
Oh my god.
And I thought, I thought the time and place was perfect. I was like, hell yeah, working at an adult toy store, I could talk about all these cool things I'm into. No. No, no.
Yeah, no. Unless it's, a customer inquiring about, certain things and how to use.
Yeah.
It's best to avoid talking
I never
about
talked
that.
about it with customers. Talked about coworkers. They just don't want to hear it. Which is fair.
I probably hear it all the time. Oh my god, Lucy's first.
And Anubis. Anubis is in this
Oh,
egg.
I'll have to load up the meal.
It might be a very big Anubis. So we need how many Anubises? No, I'm saying we, as in me. How many do I need? I wrote down
There
that I
were
need
7
1,
mine
2,
locations.
3, 4, 5. So 5. I'm gonna have 2 segments. If I have like all fucking Anubises in one segment, I'm gonna feel really. It's gonna be that one couch scene. I need to have at least 2. Poor fucking segment.
That's became such like an ingrained in internet culture sort of thing that I even see see that being referenced quite a bit in Korean Korean manhwa.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's beautiful.
there's actually quite a lot of
Is the way that who was it that spelled it yesterday? MANHUA. Is that how it's spelled?
HUA is Chinese.
Oh, okay.
HWA is
Okay. See,
manhwa. Just WA is Korean.
I just assumed that anytime you say that, it's all spelled the same, but it just is pronounced different. Or before you told me they were different kinds like Korean and stuff like that. I thought first off I thought that that you were just trying to sound safe and say
No,
manga
no.
in a fancy accent. Manhwa, like the same way as I say
Manhwa.
Bologna.
Yeah, HWA is Korean, and HUA is Chinese, and
Can be like that, but this is the extreme version of the extreme version. It's like,
I believe like it all uses the same character, well, the similar characters. It's like just comics, but it's just the different pronunciations between the different languages.
what am I reading here? What is it? What Elgro Crisp plus Frost Stallion? Oh, Solin. I need one Solin. Nope.
It's very popular in Asia, especially China and
I
Argentina.
hope that someone gets my message enough. I need one Solin, but I need to like pop a bunch of shit into her, so it works. I can have multiple, that's fine. Same with the Mycora. We can keep going until we find one, and then we'll breed specifically for them later. Bitch in a bottle. I fucking love Iceland. Look how pretty she is. Or he. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here, I gave you a pet.
I know that there's basically one of that type of thing for like each race, really. That Lucy's talking about, like a big one amongst white people is the Asians.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
I'm not
bring
gonna
it in.
sit there and
Do you
say
know
I
how
don't
they're
fall
extra
for some
squishy?
Asian thirst
Guaranteed to
traps.
improve your mood by at least 47%. Squeeze tight, but not too hard. I'm packed with fluff.
Yeah, but you're not
Not muscle.
completely.
It's a different culture. I don't think I could ever date an Asian guy. Well, assuming that, I mean, if he's Asian, if he is Asian looking, if he looks Asian but he's not Asian, do you know what I mean?
It's actually
Like from Asia.
Yeah. It's actually becoming like more common in Korea for them to date foreigners because of how misogynistic their society can be, and how like abusive.
So a lot of Asian women want to date American men because they're less misogynistic. That's fair. Or not American, but not necessarily American. Sorry, defaultism, my bad.
Just foreigners because they tend to be more liberal.
That makes sense.
And women's rights in a lot of Asian cultures are still it's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
It's there in theory, but it's not there.
Mrs. Chow Chow. They're not your type either. Hi, welcome in. Who's not your type? I need to know. Asian men?
Yeah, welcome in. How are you? A bit of an odd conversation to walk
Yeah,
in.
I know. We just
We are odd
chatting.
people. So.
Just chatting while we're doing some breeding. Talking about how basically the conversation is about people who make like one thing their entire personality. Asian guy's not your type. Yeah. I think they're hot. I don't think I could ever be with one because like culturally be different. Also, I'm married, so like that'd be really weird. I mean, I should say I'm only into Australian dudes. Only into Australian dude singular.
I'm only into American woman singular.
Hey, but like seriously, you guys seen some of the Asian thirst traps? Damn. Anyways. Oh yeah. That'd be hilarious if you're married to an Asian dude, though. I'm like, I won't tell him, but I mean, you should probably, you should probably have a talk. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I like being married. That's what we make our whole personality, being married to each other. No, I don't even do that. I like to.
We actively try to not be excessively lovey-dovey.
We could be. We absolutely could be. But like,
Makes people-
it does.
There's a lot of people.
You're married to a Viking. Nice.
Oh my god.
Vikings are hot too. But I just really like beards. A good thing my hubby's got a beard. You might not think so because his VTuber don't have a beard, but he's got a beard.
I'm cute as a VTuber.
He's a cute little Viking man. No, he's not. You're not. I don't think that. I don't think you're Viking. You don't give Viking. You give like Santa Claus.
I probably have some descent from Scandinavian.
Yeah, maybe.
Some descent from Scandinavian cultures because if you've got some British descent,
Oh, nice.
there's a decent chance because
Is he
the
swollen, have
Vikings sort of
tattoos?
raided-
Is he swollen, have tattoos? Just saying. For no reason.
Oh, does he have He's a big ass Norseman. Does he have like Nordic runes on him?
Ooh. Well, that could be what the tattoos are.
Yeah.
Look at this Relaxosaurus. He's relaxing too much. He
He has a few years.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice. Nice. Good job on bagging a hottie. I am assuming. I don't know. I assume you think so, so there we go. I got a Mycora that just has
Bagging
glutton.
him, as in kidnapping him.
Kidnapped him from the Norseland. Doesn't even speak English.
He doesn't know where he is.
Where am I? When did I breed a Venusa? When the fuck did I get a Venusa egg?
They are a mutation possibility.
I
You
didn't
got a mutation.
get a mutated egg.
I know you were wanting to breed one.
Yeah, but did I even... Oh, I did. Okay, it's over here. It was Fenglope and Cryolinks, that one egg I got from them. Didn't even get what I wanted for it, but yeah. I will get a good Mycora. I don't know if I'll replace this Mycora. Maybe I will.
Pardon me.
Maybe I will.
Oh,
I like the Mycora.
I like you.
Yeah, gay.
Yeah, for you.
Do you think Santa Claus is a Viking?
I mean, he does. Well, it depends on what origin of Santa Claus you're going
Is
for.
anybody gonna like judge me if I use AI to generate a picture of Santa Claus as a Viking man? I married my 6'8" and got me a good one. Yeah, I just put some meat on the ground. Throw a lasso on him.
Oh, that is lovely.
I love that. That's fantastic. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna generate an image. Just because I'm not using it for anything else. I'm just using it for stupids. Generate me an image
I heard
of
man who was sick
Santa
today and doing a
Claus
good one.
as a Viking.
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything
Oh,
that's
welcome in. Thank you so
wonderful
much
is
for
what I
follow. I
feel
don't know why my
when
alerts aren't
we're
working. What the hell?
together.
Did you not reload Lumia when you...
I'm gonna reload Lumia. That's what I'm gonna do. Because Lumia probably broke yesterday after how
Yeah.
much torture I was putting it through. It was like, okay, look.
Lumia Dojo. Okay, I need 5 electricity books. How many do I have? Oh, 6.
Sure it's connected to everything. Maybe later. YouTube Studio. Let's make sure we got some audio. Conversation. Alright. I will know if Lumia is working if when I give myself head pet. Your husband's riding horses with the kids. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Nope, that's the wrong one. I mean, I could do that one, but I want to give myself head pats.
That is wonderful.
Ah, yeah. There you go. It'll work. I guess. Like, yeah. Hi, Hop. Welcome back. How you doing? Was I talking about Hop earlier? I think I was thinking about Hop earlier. I don't think I talked about him.
Yeah, welcome in, Hop. How are you doing?
Oh, thank you so much. It's new. Well, we've technically had it for a while, but we have just gotten around to using it. We just debuted them August 1st, which was our
August 1st
1-year
is
anniversary.
We have been married for over a year now.
Yep.
1 year and 21 days.
Yeah. I've been in Australia for over 6 months now.
It's the end of December.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, at least we got that working. Hey, the screams were working earlier. It just didn't want to do the follow audio, I guess.
One day we'll get good enough computers that
thanks.
we can both have like do the V2 multiplayer thing. Yeah, thank you.
We were dating for like
We started dating in the March, and then we got married
5
August.
months later. But we already knew we were going to get married like a month later. It only took us so long to get married because he needed to come to my country.
Yeah, I went and visited her in the US and then kidnapped her to Australia.
Yeah. It was so unwilling. I hated it. I hate it here, totally. No, but seriously.
It's so scary. She
They've
meets
been so
many
nice
scary
to me
people.
here. Like, seriously, they're like, if you need anything, you just let us know. We took a whole ass drive yesterday to Wendy's so I can have me some American food. And they're like, if you ever want to go to the American store, we can get something there. And I'm like, that's fine.
Yeah, we're planning on going to the American store.
Yeah, we're still going to do that. You've been married for so long that you can hit him with a frying pan, he'll just laugh. I could do that now, if I wanted to. He'll do the same thing. And I trust that completely.
I might cry if you hit me hard enough.
Well, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't hit you hard enough.
I'm a softie.
Yeah, he's
And
a
I'm-
soft boy. I wouldn't hit him with a frying. I could, though, if I wanted to. He hits me with plushies. He'll, like, if I'm streaming, if I start streaming without him and he hears me and wakes up because of it, he'll just chuck a plushie at me.
It's not because I wake up because of it and check a plushie at you. I wake up and I'm like,
You've been with
go.
him for 13 years? That's fantastic.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. And you guys are still so happy. That makes me happy. I love seeing long-term happy relationships. It gives me hope. I say gives me hope for the future. I've been in a lot of long-term relationships and they've not been great. So this one's like the first relationship I've been like, all right. But I should let you know, look, I'm telling you, this is my last bit of water right now, Hop. We need to go to the store and get more water.
Yes, we are out of water.
Out of water. You made me drink it all, Hop.
Yeah, Aiko has had a lot of bad relationships.
I was with a guy for 8 years, and I was with another guy for 5 years, and so that
Like, that's a
totals
long
13.
time.
That wasn't a very good one, though. I'm glad to see a good, happy relationship. My parents just celebrated their 30-year anniversary, and they've been through a lot, though. They've gone through therapy and everything, but they're doing really good now.
They're a great showcase of just like
Hard
a
work.
relationship that isn't necessarily functional from the start. It's just the hard work and going to make it and art.
Yep. Because absolutely, like even my dad says, if she was smarter, she'd have left him earlier, or left him, a long time ago. But they put in the hard work, even though things weren't always easy. Things weren't always easy. They've had fights, they've gotten, but they always, like, they're prioritizing their relationship and making sure things work. So, because sometimes it is just too easy to leave. But to be fair, he's never been harmful to her. It's always just been like sneakily spending money on video games, that kind of thing.
Yeah. If it was harmful stuff, then that would have been like a complete over.
2 weeks ago, got kicked in the chest by a horse, and he just got pissed at the horse.
Oh no!
Well, yeah, be kind of pissed at the horse too.
That
He was was he okay though? Like,
yeah.
cause damn.
If he got kicked in the chest by, if I got kicked in the chest by a horse, my entire ribcage would collapse.
Yeah, I'm like, I think she married a tank.
Dang.
Are you sure he's human? Did you check? There you go, I guess. Not really. Oh, jeez.
Oh, predator cores I need now.
Okay, look. Apparently, Remarkable Craftsmanship wants to be on everything except for, the things I want them to be on.
I see.
What am I currently working on? I think I'm working on an Anubis over here. That would be helpful if I picked up the fucking egg, huh? Anubis over here. Have you been playing Palworld, Miss Chow Chow? What is this? This one is a Mycora. And this one's
so is
a
a Chow Chow your favorite dog?
Oh, Lord.
Just a bit of curiosity.
Maybe he made a deal with the devil at a crossroads. I get to live forever to make sure that my wife is happy. But then later on, he's going to get hunted down by the demon wolves. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just sometimes talk out my ass.
Edmure is coming. I will make you a trade, my love.
Oh, shit. What is it?
Coming to your...
You can't have the Frostallion knocked. I'm trying to support you.
I'm coming to your workshop, I imagine they're at?
It depends.
Do you have predator cores at your workshop?
I guess. I'll check. I'll check here first. Maybe there's some here. I don't think that any of these fucks took out an alpha. But, maybe... Oh my god! She knows exactly where I was going with that. Maybe. Look, I haven't seen Supernatural since season 8, but that is exactly what I was referencing, and I'm glad that you noticed that. Thank you. I feel seen.
I have never seen Supernatural, and Aiko doesn't want to watch it because of bad memories.
Yeah. We'll watch a lot of it. Oh, I do have 3 predator cores here. Crazy. Alright, let's go to my other workshop. I'll go to my workshop and see if there's more there. Should be. You don't have any time to play? That's damn. That sucks. I wish you did, because it's a great game. It's really fun. You and the hubby get to play it together. Does he play video games?
I think his video game is
Life.
quick time events against horses.
Yeah, right. Fails.
It takes 0 damage.
Apparently. He's got his armor. He's got really high armor. Alright. Looks like I got 3. I don't know where I would keep any more.
Oh, that's okay. We haven't really killed too many. So. Yeah, easy point.
I'm getting something for nothing. Yay! I'm gonna be so fast at working. Ooh, buddy. I have 28 points into work speed and 0 of them I put in there. What do you guys do for work other than streaming filming? We're actually trying to make this into a business.
Yeah, we have started a business.
We started a business recently. We've started working on our merch line. We've started working on diversifying where we put all of our stuff. Basically just entertainment. And trying to actually do something with that. We really like each other. We like being around each other all the time, and we're trying to actually make something
It's
out
one
of
of the
it.
few jobs where we can just be with each other at all times. I don't want to leave her to do a stinky job.
The one thing that we do need to work on is our audio, and I should be getting a microphone. I'm ordering a microphone at the end of the month here.
Yeah.
And it is.
Other than that, financial stuff is
We're in a fortunate position where we can take our time.
yeah, we can take our time with the position we're in.
Not done but on a ratio. That sounds great. What's wrong with that? That sounds fantastic. I got Emma Cora with remarkable craftsmanship. Fantastic. Wait, how many do I need? Do I need more? I'm gonna leave it at 1 for now.
So you really could have lassoed him, is what you're saying.
See, look, they want to be together all the time too. So she's like, "We'll make it happen too. Fuck it."
Yeah. Outside of that, I currently not doing that, but I do study at university.
Somehow, I don't think that the Elgrove Kirsch should be flying. I don't think it's a flying pal.
It should not be flying.
Are you? What is minus?
I need to see it stream.
What the frick?
Oh, it's developed some psionic ability.
Apparently. Like, I'm pretty sure you're not capable. Oh, this one's flying too. You guys just think the floor is cursed, huh? Alright, well. I guess. When it's raining. Weird. It's nice, but not really what you want to do with your life. Tell us, what were your dreams? What are your goals? Or are your goals? I'm so sorry. Is it something that, like, I don't think it's too late to change your mind on anything that you might want to do. I'm 36 and I'm getting into this now. You know, what do you want to do? You want to be a clothing designer. You could still do that.
That's awesome. You should totally go for
Oh,
it
good.
if
I
you
have a
still want
second.
to. Imagine me strutting in custom theme drip. Iconic.
Yeah,
The world needs more cool
Rexy wants to
designers
wear Rex
and dinosaurs in tiny hats.
We'll model. Rexy will be a model.
Yep. He said he needs a tiny hat.
Aww.
What is wrong with those guys? Whatever, they're made for each other, I guess. Alright, what's next? So we've got the Mycora, we can swap out for a what? Let's go ahead. Oh, we can work on the Venusa more, I guess. We got opposite gender Mycoras, wouldn't that be nice?
I never really had a big plan in life.
That's a good Mycora. Oh, these are both great. All of these are great.
I always struggle with trying to establish goals in life because I'm like, I don't know, I just want to sleep and wake up. You made your own wedding dress? Oh.
That's amazing. See, that's what you need to do. Show that off to people. Sounds amazing.
Get into a wedding dress design.
I want to see. Can I see? Can you join the Discord and show me? I want to see. My wedding dress I got from Shein.
It was cute. But we did not have a lavish wedding at all. We got married. We had a court house.
Just gonna put that there. You know, you do whatever. You know, whatevs.
We just We didn't care about a big fancy wedding. We just wanted to get
You don't use
married.
Discord? Oh, that's fine. That's a big deal.
Got married and Clint. Ah, that's okay.
Am I breeding together? Adragon and
I can look really
Thegaloblex.
pretty in a dress.
And this. And we need Iceland and what? Anubis. But we don't have an Anubis yet.
Yeah, Lucy has
Working towards
taken
the
a.
Anubis.
It's a good thing Lucy stopped using Discord.
Did we get a Selene yet? With Remarkable Craftsmanship? I don't think so. No. So they gotta keep going.
Social media in general, Discord isn't for everyone.
Rising up to the challenge of our rivals.
Oh yeah, you're
And
listening to music.
oh shit.
I've been in silence this entire time.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to share the
It's
link.
Okay, no, it's fine. We don't let our kids use it either because there could be, there can be some bad stuff
Oh
on there.
yeah. Yeah, that I completely understand. So where are you guys from? Roundabout. It could be anywhere in the world. Ranch makes me believe.
Ranching
Could be
tends to be a
anywhere.
word more associated with, like, I'd say Texas
Yeah.
or just like the US.
Yeah.
I've got a few viewers.
Like Wisconsin. Are you in Wisconsin? I don't know why I thought Wisconsin. That's probably, they probably don't do any ranching in Wisconsin. Now I have to find out. Do
Right in the
oh my
center of
god, I got
these
it. I got it. Hold on. I totally forgot I did this.
You're born in Scotland and live in Norway now. Oh, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, you'd say you married a.
Okay, I forgot I generated this, so
Norseman. So.
yeah, that is true.
Cool that they use the ranching as a term, though.
Yeah.
I generally associate that term with the US because
Texas.
we hear about it more often. Viking named Thor.
There you go.
Thor.
There you go.
Ah.
That is Viking Santa Claus.
Where?
I generated an image right there.
By Viking.
That's Smash.
He would too with that axe.
Yeah.
Smash that into the skulls of. It doesn't give coal to bad kids, it gives the axe to bad kids.
Oh my gosh.
It is good, which is sad and scary that AI can do that good.
I will never use it for commercial purposes, but
Always just messing around.
I like it. I'll mess around with it sometimes, just see things. Sometimes I use it for inspiration, to draw something myself, or to get somebody else to draw something for me.
It's a great tool to use.
As long as you're not using it to replace actual artists.
I have been seeing so many mobile phone games lately where both the ads and the game itself
I agree.
have been made by AI, and it's disgusting.
I agree.
I was always thinking that mobile phone games would get absolutely overrun with an AI-made thing.
Let's see, I've got the Mycora. I don't have the Selene. The Noose I need to work on. But I don't have that yet, so I need to really work on just Anubis and Sekhmet. Anubis and Sekhmet. I'm waiting for an Anubis to be born so I could breed it with the Iceland.
That is actually an interesting thing though, like the problems with AI tends to be like a Western world problem.
Is it?
Yeah, it's more just like a lot of Asian countries don't mind. And actually utilize it in their
Thangalope Lux plus an Eidolon Ignis equals a Duplin.
Really.
And I have a Thangalope Lux that has remarkable craftsmanship.
I like how Aiko looks like a princess and she has a little trash can boy with her. It's really cute.
Aw, dang. It's
She's
okay.
a
Over
trash
on
can.
his stream, he's the princess, and I'm in the trash can.
I'm the prince. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have good enough computers to do like VTuber
When we get
multi-stream to have us both there.
when we get better computers, we'll be able to game and do this. We can just chat and have both of them up at the same time, but
Yeah. Already have enough problems with this as is.
is a male. Do I have a female? Angela Ignis, please, please, please.
I'm
Be
no
a girl.
longer happy.
Please be a girl.
It's normal.
They are both girls. And this one has legend.
Aiko is my beautiful princess. And she says gay when she gets embarrassed and doesn't know what else to say. It's a default, it's just to call me gay.
Well, okay, it also goes into like the whole like not being overly lovey with each other and stuff.
Yeah.
So I know that sometimes he doesn't know how to restrain himself from saying I love you all the time. So instead of saying I love you too, which I do, and he knows I do, I just say gay because it's I don't know what else to say. Otherwise, it's gonna be piss off, fuck you. I don't know what to say. I want to accept his love. I don't want to leave him on red, you know.
Well,
Get your husband here. I think he'd like you too. Oh, yay.
Aw.
Thank you. That's so sweet. Can't wait to meet the
my
Viking
posture is
man.
bad, Lucy. You should know this by now. Okay. Lucy's done his
Posture check. What is this egg? Is this the Mycora? I've got so many Mycoras now. I don't even know if I'm breeding for the Mycora. Oh, we're not gonna head back. Me.
I've got the rain.
Was this the Venus? I don't think it was. Maybe. I'm pretty
Let me
sure.
look it up. Well, you're looking at other things.
Golden, Sekhmet, Anubis, and Venusa.
Hey,
I
Aiko, if he says I love you, you can say I tolerate you too.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. He prefers gay. Because he'll go, only for you, baby.
Yeah, only for her. Only for you right now. I need to check out these. You probably made it with.
Give me an Anubis that has remarkable craftsmanship. I need so many Anubises. I need at least one.
Anubisai?
I need Anubis. Anubisai. Calls you his Smurf and you hate it. Aw, that sounds cute though. I love that. That's adorable. Jason calls me princess. I love it. And he also corrects anybody that gets anytime they call me a queen because I don't like being called a queen.
No,
Queens,
she's my princess.
queens have too much responsibility.
We don't want
Thing is,
responsibility.
it's like a
out
lot
there.
of people like being called a queen. They're like, yes, queen, and I'm like, not, it's not me, not for me. But I like being called a princess. That makes me feel pretty.
She's my princess. My princess. Oof. Where did that guy go?
Yes, you're short, but you don't have to be rude about it. Yep. That's probably why. I also am short. Am of the shortest variety.
You love being short, though.
I do love being short. Some people hate being short, man. Some people hate being short. I love being short. Please, pick me up. Put me in your pocket.
I would if I was stronger, my love.
Now he's calling me fat. Oh, I'm 5 foot nothing.
I'm weak.
I'm 5'0".
You know this by now. I am so weak. I am the weakest being on earth. Wow, there's so many different combinations that can make Venusa, my love.
Yeah, I
So
know.
it's any one of them.
Fanglope Crylinx, Fanglope Furloha, Fanglope Grisbolt, Fanglope Magix, Fanglope Selmoralux, Fanglope Zenigard, Fanglope Sutsir, Fanglope Hellzevir Lux. I know what it was. It was the Crylinx. But I only had it up there for like a second. I'm just trying to get these eggs. Oh, because they're fucking cold. That's why.
You're 5'2". Oh, you're the short one in the room still, my love.
Yeah. Okay. I'm taller than this Gloopy. Oh, shit. What did I just put in my party? Nothing. Nothing. There was no room.
The women in my family are all around.
Yeah. Yeah, that was really weird to find out. Okay, so like, I never run into people who are shorter. But your topic cap just left you. I love that.
Oh no.
I'm not used to seeing people my height, right? Anyway, right? Because I'm very short. I'm used to always being the shortest one in the room. But I get around his family. Man, I don't know how how he handles being around all these short ass girls. We're all fucking tiny.
Yeah, it comes from my grandmother's side of the family. All the women there, well, not all of them, but the large majority of them are around the same height.
Yeah. We're all like 5 foot. I think his sister like
I'm
5'1".
like end of 6'9".
It's like all between 5'0" and 5'0" and 5'2". Everybody. Oompa Loompas, yeah. It really is. We're the Lollipop Guild.
I think the quote unquote like tall women, or like women on my mom's side of the family is like 5'4" at most.
I'm confused. Where did this fire egg come from? What are we breeding, guys? What is this? The fuck is this? How tired am I? How tired am I that I have forgot what these two breed together?
You've been in this state for quite a while, my love. You were very tired.
Oh, right. It's the fucking. It's the Dupin.
Oh, nice.
Because I just put them in there. The Fanglope Lux has been the constant there. And so I forgot that I swapped out the other breeding partner. That's where I got confused.
I see.
I was like, wait a minute. Wasn't that just giving me
kids are
some
all my
rocky
youngest are
eggs?
born.
Suddenly just gives me... All your kids younger, or other than your youngest, are taller than you.
My sister's in the same situation.
Her son is tall.
Yeah, he's still growing.
He's
but
almost as tall as you are, ain't he, babe?
Yeah.
He's like 12. No, I think Hazel's 12.
Yeah, he's
13, 14.
14, I think, yeah.
I have 0 kids, and I too am not having any more.
I also have 0 kids and I'm not having any more. And my sister's got 3 and she's not having any more.
That's good. I'm not responsible enough for children. I'm barely responsible to take care of my damn self.
And both of us forget to have our meds all the time.
Yeah.
And it's...
He forces me to take my meds. I force him to take his... No, I forget to tell him to take his meds. I'm the worst.
What are you...
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have 1 kid.
We adopted Jessie, yeah.
But to be fair, she is an adult and in a different country.
We're very neglectful.
We're very neglectful. We forget she's our daughter. We missed every single milestone. Oh, no, no, no. I was there for her 21st birthday,
Oh yes, yes, yes.
which isn't really much for her considering she's in the UK. That'd have been different if you were in the US.
Oh my god, the hubby's coming.
Oh my god, welcome, hubby. Nice to meet you, hubby. 22nd and 23rd. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Just
I will be
running in
important.
circles while waiting for these eggs to hatch and just chatting because I don't want to do anything else. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a short stream. We've already been here for 4 hours. I'm good. I can keep going as long as I'm not doing anything that's
Yeah, the
like
moment you start
intensive.
doing it. Aiko is
I've been
will
so
like
busy.
crash if she would have to use her brain more.
Yeah. That's why I've got like 20 tabs over here to keep it reminding me. Well, hello, Lord Chow Chow. I bet you are, you know, the sir part of the Chow Chow family.
Oh my god, it's a law. Does that mean Mrs. Chow Chow's a lady? That's typically how.
We
how the
did the
titles
same
go.
thing. We've got Tristan Heart Blossom and Aiko Heart Blossom.
Yeah.
It's so funny because we're like, I'm going to people's chats and they're like, oh, I guess this is the husband, same last name.
Hey, how are you?
How are you?
Welcome, welcome.
Heard you out riding horses.
Did you get kicked in the chest today?
Oh my goodness.
Please no. Your
We don't want
your
people getting
wife
kicked.
is gonna have a heart attack if that keeps happening.
Yep. Been hearing all about you. How she kidnapped you from the homeland.
Although no, I think she got kidnapped.
Oh, did you get kidnapped? I just meant she kidnapped him. That's how she had to bait him, trap him.
Yes, yes. That was like 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Am I a lady?
Excuse you?
Excuse?
Excuse you?
But if he's the Lord,
Absolutely, she's a lady. You don't have to question these things. Duh. Take it back. You want me to hit him? You want me to hit him? It's fine. I got you.
I got hit by a back scratcher. I have decided that I am a Sing. Hi, Sing Jesse.
Love you, Jesse. If you're
What
a
kind
thing,
of-
you can get rid of all those responsibilities.
Wait, did I just send out an expedition? I've got.
That's what he gets for
It would have
being
hurt
mean.
less if she actually hit me more with that. Like hit me with like the edge of
I
it.
feel like I scratched him.
No. No, my arm fell off. I'm dead.
Tristan called Childline. What is Childline?
Called Childline? I don't know.
What's Childline, Jesse?
Is it like child services but for the US?
Maybe.
Not the US, the UK.
Oh, I don't know. Ooh. If it is, we're going to prison. They're gonna take
Bro,
our kid.
I'm a plush dinosaur,
Oh no,
not a
he's
child.
made you bleed.
Also, who are you calling? The Plushie
Same,
Protection
actually,
Agency.
yeah. I can make
Good
you
luck.
bleed
They'll
sometimes.
just send more Dino Nuggets.
Not from hitting me.
You
Sometimes,
bleed.
sometimes she pops my pimple.
Oh my god! You're a mess.
And you're
You're a
welcome.
fucking mess. You're a fucking mess.
I'm your mess.
Oh my lord. It's a UK service kids complain about parents. Oh yeah, so it is like that. Child services.
Nice one.
One time, yeah, but it hurt. I love that. Love that. Swear to God. You need to get your wife Pal World so she can play with us. We don't want to play with you though. I'm kidding. You can play too.
I said they don't have much time.
No, they gotta find time, okay? Away from the horses.
Branching is a very.
I know
very-
it's busy.
And-
I know. Doesn't mean I can't want to play with them. I like you guys too. That says when he's arguing with my stepmom. Oh, it's gonna call Childline. Okay, alright. Do I have? Yes, I do. I have Demon Goddess. Demonic Diamond Goddess.
Diamond golden.
Don't go for that. That's my baby. That's mine. You can't have it. I claim all Celine's forever. Oh, it's a boy.
That's actually... That's rare.
Well, I mean, yeah. Oh, shit. Don't do it. Okay. Bitch. Look, I would pull out Sugar, but she'd kill you.
Sugar very strong.
It's very strong.
It's like an American bread.
Rude.
Am I wrong though?
I mean, it's only strong to you. Demon God.
I have never known someone here to just eat a slice of bread as is.
He's gonna call childlike. You said you've never known nobody here what?
That just eats a slice of bread with nothing on it. Just a slice of bread.
Bread's delicious.
Yeah,
It can
it is.
be in the US at least.
Oh
I'll just
my
put
God.
peanut butter on it. Oh no!
Cold War's off in our chat. They're gonna
I knew
fight.
it was coming.
Let's go. Jerry.
Gargamel.
Jerry.
Oh. Are you good, babe? I think you guys
Oh.
killed him. Oh no. Oh, that's beautiful. Please.
When I take after my mum, if I laugh hard and if I start coughing and dying.
You also have asthma.
And I do have asthma. Oh, speaking of that.
I have 4 more chances for freaking Anubis with remarkable craftsmanship. I'm trying to breathe right now. Okay, I got those 2. I'm just still trying to figure out what I'm trying to breathe. God, I want to tie a brick to your leg and throw you to the lake. Jesus. That's how you know it's love. When it's death threats.
That's what Mum always meant when she was yelling at us as kids.
Yep.
Love
Because
that
when
I
she
wanted.
loves you. Anubis with remarkable craftsmanship. Yes.
Nice.
And now I'm going to breed that. Hopefully that. So with the Iceland.
I want to... I need to get this map up. Oh,
Yep. Iceland plus Anubis equals second.
suppose we'll join the Spotify.
And he's going to work hard to prove himself to his daughter. Totally.
Tortellini?
Tortellini. Sorry, my bad. Which is good because my Iceland's a boy. It's an odd relationship.
Wasn't there a YouTuber that had
Go, go, go. Get the dogs.
a turtle named Tortellini?
I don't know. I like tortellini though. It's delicious. Oh, I could do some tortellini though.
I didn't know.
Get some cheese tortellini. But the thing is, you know what they don't have here either?
Hmm?
Friggin' Alfredo sauce. That shit takes forever to find. Get some Alfredo sauce and some tortellini. Adult mac and cheese.
It does take quite a while to find tortellini. Tortellini, not tortellini. We can find tortellini easy.
Yeah. Hungry now? Me too. Me too, even though I think I just had dinner. Am I hungry?
We did just have butter chicken, yeah. Our world, where is this map? Telling me
Maybe I just
where
want-
I need to go.
Maybe I just want
Tortellini
tortellini.
for what? We don't need that.
I want carbs. My carbs were covered in chicken.
Come out the fire. Do I want stamina?
I gotta have at least a male and a female dupin. And one of them has to have remarkable craftsmanship. These guys are gonna give me a segment. I need 2 segments
Oh, yeah.
and
Let's
5
do-
Anubises.
let's do full metal.
Anubisi. What the fuck is this?
Sumonai.
I think I'm still waiting on a Solin with remarkable craftsmanship. I'm not getting lucky there at all.
Be right back. Need to get the dogs. Oh, the hot dog.
Ooh, I got an alpha Mycora with remarkable craftsmanship.
Oh no, I'm dying. That is one thing I miss that we can't really get here as American.
I will try to read this. Welcome
hot
in,
dog.
welcome in. Hi, hi. Will everyone have good looking base? I'm just rocking a thing. No, that's all you need is a thing. I'm just extra. I'm just extra.
I've got a thing with a roof.
I'm gonna tell you, okay? He's
That's my
got,
base.
he's like 3 levels higher than me. Now, that might not seem significant to you, but this is a 0.1 XP server. No, we don't have any pets. Well, I mean, there are cats here. It's his mom's pets.
Yes,
But we don't have our own
there are
pets.
2 kitties here. We do want to get cats later, but we can't right now.
Because in Australia, you can only have 2 cats per household. And there's already 2 cats here.
It's not like in Australia. What it's a council regulation.
Oh.
In the area we're in, we can only have 2 cats a household. Basically, if we're further away from the city, that would be
Not a big deal.
less. But because of our proximity to the city, it tends to be 2. We could get like a license to get more, but
keep her.
the only
Get 2 cheetahs and stick with it. Yeah, there you go. I'll just get 2 cheetahs. No big whoop. There's no cheetahs in this country. I don't think.
There is a little zoo that's there.
Oh. I'll kidnap them from the zoo.
Mum wants to had a cheetah at some point.
We are on a 0.1 XP server, so we're really, really slow to level up. And because of how much time I've spent building things that aren't just things, by the way, I've got a base here. I got a workshop over here. We've got the ranch over here, which I'll show you. I'll show you the other things that I built too. And then I built the community base over here. Community base is like people who are following and stuff like that. They save up to 5,000 points. I'll do an egg roulette.
Yeah, as a redeem for 5,000 points.
This
Egg
is my
roulette.
workshop.
Yeah. Choose an egg in the egg roulette.
You have a big ass dog.
Oh.
Is it a chow chow? Just curious.
Big.
Big. This is my workshop right here. I don't know.
Not a bid.
I'm bidding on your dog. It's
Yeah, we're
mine.
buying it.
$5.
we're buying it.
$5. $10. Okay, $7. I know I went down there, but $12. This is my workshop, which needs to, it's gonna get better. Right now, it's just kind of something. I don't know. You did say something. I don't know. Tibetan Mastiff, but also have 2, 3 Chow Chows. Ah, yes.
Oh, a Tibetan Mastiff. Oh.
That is gonna be a chunky one.
Yeah, they are really big.
And then
And really.
this is. I made my ranch base discover that it's a girl.
I have 1 base.
Used to be a boy base. Now it's a girl base. I got like I really like this.
Oh, Lucy's got us outbid with $1.
Oh my gosh. Is this a low bidding? Are we bidding low? I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I would know we were playing golf.
Yeah.
This and then. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, Chow Chows are small dogs.
The community base is over here.
Yep.
At the beginning. Sometimes they take a while, and when they take a while, you're not really doing a lot of leveling. Especially when you don't have any XP on. So, all these pals here are named after members of the community. So like Lucy is the one that's in chat right there, Lucifer. 44666, this is him. And this base, basically, I made it, I decorated it, and I'm like, you guys can do literally whatever you want. This is the one base, I don't tell them what to do.
Chow chows are not small?
I didn't say they were small.
No, I said they were small.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, compared to a Tibetan Mastiff.
There's 5. And this is Quebec. Who else is in the chat right now? Hop was in here earlier. Where's Hop at? I think Hop is this. No, that's Horton. What is Hop?
Does Hop have one?
Yeah, he does. Oh my god, look at that struggle. He does. I just don't remember what it is. Oh, it is right here. He's the sleepy. He's the sleepy, fuck, I forgot what it's called. I forgot the name of it.
Chow chows average at about 36 kilos. I could eat that.
I'm forgetting the name of this entire town. Piron? I'm coming up with names. I don't know. Lupiron, maybe? That sounds right. Loop Moon.
Loop Moon.
I don't know where I was getting Lupiron from, but yeah, he's a sleepy Loop Moon. He does nothing but sleeps. £9. Ah, thank you for converting for me.
Yeah. Ico still isn't it isn't there yet with
I'll figure it out eventually. I'm starting to get better when it comes to Celsius.
yeah. One step at a time, getting better with temperature.
I know that 24 is what I like. I like 24 Celsius.
Yeah, 24 is pretty nice.
Which I'm guessing is probably equal to about 72, because I also like 72.
It's a bit above what you like in the US. I believe.
That's how I try to convert. I try to convert like, well, I'm comfortable at 24, and I was comfortable at 72, so those are obviously the same.
72, I believe, is 22 Celsius. But then when we set it to that, it causes.
Finally got a Sullen with remarkable craftsmanship. Jesus Christ, that only took forever. Oh, got 2.
Nice.
Hopefully,
Nice.
good, because I'm gonna need
Are they
2.
twins?
No.
Nice.
Let's see.
It's not twins. Fahrenheit and Celsius.
Male and female. That's all I needed right there.
What is a crazy fun fact about Fahrenheit and Celsius is negative 43 is the same in Fahrenheit and Celsius.
Okay, got ourselves some Solens. Good. We're gonna want to squish those into one good proper Solen.
And then from negative 43 onwards, in the negatives, it is Celsius is ahead. Fahrenheit really is just
Vibes.
just vibes.
It feels hot. 100. It feels cold. 0.
Yes, Hauto with plushies. Throw plushies. She loves them.
I do love plushies. Plushies are my favorite.
We have so many plushies.
Rexy's also a plushie. He can also talk. Want to hear him?
Rex is on my bed right now. He's having a nap. The real life Rexy.
What? Can you tell a Viking joke.
Why don't Vikings ever get lost? Because they always follow their North Star. Get it? North? North? Okay, I'll see myself out before I get pillaged.
Why don't Vikings ever get lost? Because they follow their North Star. And then he said, get it? North, North. I'll see myself out before I get pillaged. Hey, he's just a plushy dinosaur. You can't expect much from him.
Plushy dinosaur that until recently wanted to be an acrobat, but now he wants to be a professional snuggler.
It's true. He changes his mind from time to time. Yeah. I thought you were trying to get my attention. What are you
No, I'm
doing?
just sometimes look over and see my model and I'm like, ah, I love it so much.
I can't wait till we're able to like use both the models on streams. So we recently had our subathon, and we're going to be delving out rewards on the next few Saturdays. Not today because I had too much work to do today. But we've got a karaoke subathon coming up, or a karaoke event coming up. We're going to be playing a dating game. It was called Date Everything, and we're going to do all the voices for it. We're going to be playing My Voice is Zoo. That was requested.
I'm looking forward to that one.
We commissioned some art. We commissioned a piece where our models are drawn in the style of a cringy JCPenney Sears portrait.
We're gonna play Cryptid Farm to completion.
We're gonna play Cryptid Farm to completion,
Yeah.
and Rexy, the plushie that's in my lap right now, is gonna be getting a makeover.
Yeah.
It would be really funny if he got you mad and you just slammed the top of the trash can on his head. Oh my god, that'd be so funny. I can be trash. He can be more trash.
Oh, and also the Thoin Pell Spheres at Ico is one of the
Yeah.
redeems. I need to get it set up on my end, but
The Pal Spheres is something you can throw. We didn't really like, the trash thing was just something we did that was meant to be temporary. Because it was like, basically I had made us some models before our debut. I made us some models so that we had some matching models to use together after we got together. And we decided we were going to stream together, and we knew we wanted to commission something, but we were like, it's expensive, so I was going to make something. I made something, and they were terrible. I hated them. Right? So we wound up making some ping tubers, or some reacts, based on, like, with these little trash cans. And we're like, oh my god, they're so cute. And we just were like, let's just use this until, we'll just use this until our debut. And we did. And then people started calling us the trash couple and everything like that. And their favorite trash couple. We're just like, I guess we just like, I don't want to, I want to keep the trash thing going on, but also I really like our models. They're cute. So, so now we have a trash redeem. You hear a pickup line thing, I hear your daughter using her boyfriend. Oh my god, tell me, I need to know. I need to know. That sounds
look,
weird.
I incorporated my Ventolin offer into a pickup line for my wife.
You did.
Shut the fuck up. Know your fucking place,
Yes,
trash.
yeah.
So now I'm trash too. Why are you saying no? You don't want to share it? It's a bit dirty though. That's fine. That's fine. It's an 18 plus channel. It's an 18 plus channel, and you know, you've asked permission, and like we try and keep it like, mostly try and keep it.
It's not 18 plus because we're doing 18 plus things all the time.
It's just
like some lure tubers, but
we want the opportunity to be able to say stuff like this without it getting weird.
yeah, we don't.
It's not that that's stuff we want to talk about all the
We
time.
just want to interact more with adults because
Yeah, because it's fun and can be funny, and sometimes somebody gives a pickup line to their daughter that might be a little sus, and I want to know what it is. I'm gonna be like, oh no, that's two adults. We need to go seek over here. Blah 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 blah. I want to hear it. I want to
Also,
know.
also, children are full of the brain rot these days.
Oh yeah, that's not even just it. Like I think I started. The reason is like I was fine. I think I was fine. I was fine censoring myself for a while, but then kids started coming in and they start talking about school, and I'm like,
And that's all they can talk about is just school. It's the only thing going on in their lives, school.
like
And
there's
then the
nothing
first
wrong
job.
with them talking about school, cause like when I was a kid, that's what I talked about. That's all I fucking knew. But you wanna be Jasmine? I could be Aladdin. You can spread your. I can spread your white carpet, show you a whole new world. I love that.
Oh my god.
I love that.
Oh, that is lovely.
That's beautiful. Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh, that's. Oh my god, it's gonna be a giant. Babe, babe.
Hmm?
I've got the broken one. This huge rocky egg, I know what's inside. It's a Sekhmet.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be any good, but you know, we'll see.
That is a good pickup line.
He's like, God damn it, I hate that so much. That's a dad for you. Who's your mom yelling at?
One of that. Huh?
Who's your mom yelling at?
Probably the cats.
Oh.
Or she might be talking to someone on the phone.
I want to go find out. I'm too nosy. I'm too nosy. I need to find out what they're yelling about. What she's yelling about.
Okay, now that I can open the door, I can hear that she's talking with my sister on the phone. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah. My mum is, has very poor volume control because she's, mostly deaf in one ear. And she was raised in a family of 12, so...
Not yelling. Well, she's yelling. She's absolutely yelling. But they're just talking about sports.
Yeah. And if you ask mum why she's yelling, she'll say she's not yelling. Because that is not her yelling.
Brando, how you doing?
That is her talking.
Yeah.
Oh, Brando, welcome in.
I just wanted to know if she was yelling, because sometimes she's yelling, but it's not very often.
You haven't heard her yell.
I heard her get snippy once, but not
Yeah.
towards me.
To a cat because it knocked something over.
No, it was to Logan.
Oh yeah, to Logan. Yeah.
Because, I don't know, I think it was a bug on the ceiling.
You have not heard her yell though. You've heard her raise her voice.
I think I'd probably cry if I heard her yell. You're good but tired. Yeah, I completely understand that. I got all my work done today, Brando. I got all my work done. I can just fucking relax. Everything is maintenance from here out. I'm so fucking happy. I can just relax. I can play my game. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Do you know how long it's gonna take me to do work from now on? Do work to do maintenance work? Like fucking 30 minutes an hour, maybe. Maybe at most. A day, you know. Whew, so happy.
It'll just be like download video, snap.
Yeah, and most of it's just gonna be waiting.
And outside of that, like business maintenance is mostly just gonna be jotting down whenever we make a business purchase.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy.
And the quote unquote big time periods for maintenance for business stuff is when we get paid.
Oh, that's not nice. Why do you think he looks better in a trash can? I think he looks cute. It's because you don't look like a big manly man. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You're gonna make that boy cry. Tristan has never pretended to be a big old manly man. He's got a beard in real life, but
I know where I belong.
yeah, get your ass in the trash. He's never tried pretending to be a big manly man or whatever, which is great, honestly, for me. Some people don't get it though. Some people are like, oh, okay, well, soft boy. He is the resident soft boy, 100%. Also, his favorite color is pink. So he's wearing his favorite color. He's cute as hell. He essentially designed his model. It was like a collaboration. He had designed this creature. This creature that we wound up converting into a human. Because otherwise it would have been weird. People would have thought I was a furry. Now I'm just furry light. Because he's got ears and a tail. I mean, I do too. But with the right... Nothing's wrong with pink. Nothing's wrong with pink at all. Which I have nothing against whatsoever. Do what you want, be what you want. I don't care as long as you're not hurting anybody. Exactly. Why is she so loud? Damn.
Yeah. This is just mom talking
She's
on the
just
phone.
having a casual conversation. It feels like she's screaming at the top of her lungs.
This, like, when I've said that you haven't heard mom yell, you'll know when you hear mom yell.
I'll probably hear it clear as
I
day.
used to be able to hear her yelling from my school.
Oh my god, no fucking way.
To be fair, we'd lived like a 5-minute walk from the school,
Oh.
but I could hear her yelling fucking entirely up the street in the school.
Oh, that's beautiful. Your Honor, there's another person with pink as favorite color. My favorite color is not even pink. I love
I love
pink
pink.
though. I love pink. I love pink as like
Pink's
aesthetics.
my favorite color.
I have I have a pink computer and a pink duck and a pink. Everything in here is pink. Okay, but purple is technically my favorite color. I just don't want to be necessarily surrounded in it because pink brings me joy in a different way that purple does. Okay, well I got duping with legend. That's unhelpful.
Your Lambo model.
This is why
Yeah,
these guys have to keep breeding.
my model definitely leans more to like some feminine features.
Yeah, it does because, well, a lot of models and stuff, a lot of model creators, they don't, a lot of guys, yeah, anime style tends to be a little bit more feminine too. Or you can go the complete opposite, like very masculine and buff, but it just doesn't, it doesn't feel like you.
You then end up leaning into the JoJo territory.
Yeah. It's just an aesthetic.
Definitely not a femboy.
I mean,
I'm just a soft boy.
well, he's not a femboy in aesthetics wise.
Like
He's
red
got
like
a
the blood of my enemies. Damn. How many enemies you got?
I like lavender. Lavender is beautiful and very calming. But the thing is there's a reason I tell people I like pink. Or I don't talk about getting purple things, right? Because if I decorate my room in pink, there's a good chance that if somebody wants to contribute something to my room, they're going to get me something that works. Because generally, if you say you want something pink for your room, they know you're not talking hot pink. But if somebody tries to get you something purple for your room, oh, it could be all over the place.
It is.
And there are a lot of shades of purple that I do not like. You could type kawaii pastel pink there. That's the pink aesthetic. Lavender is what I would like. But it's not even necessarily lavender. It's like more dark than lavender. It's amethyst, which is my birthstone.
I got amethyst on my ring, and so does I got my. We got matching rings. Even on the models, we got rings.
Well, you guys want to see the rings? I'm gonna show you. I don't know about how to. I have to like bring this over here. So I can see what the fuck I'm doing. Okay. Pull this up, pull this. Oops. Look. Oh, Rexy. Stop. You can see I've got my wedding ring right here on my hand. And he has his on his too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, give me a wedding sword. Oh, that is lovely.
What? Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. Wedding sword sounds cool. Why didn't I get a sword? I gave him a wedding ring. We gave each other rings.
Yeah, we have matching rings.
Well, off matching but opposite.
Yes, the colors are opposite. Because my favorite color is pink, so my the big heart on my ring is a pink heart, pink sapphire.
Yeah.
And his is purple, so hers is an amethyst.
I got a remarkable craftsmanship segment.
And then the little on the wedding band, I got purple on mine, amethyst, because it's Tiger's favorite color, and she's got pink on hers because it's my favorite color.
Yeah. We're not lame. We're really cool guys, I promise. Super cool. Do I really not have a good dupe in yet? No. I got 2 with legend on it, but that's unhelpful. So we're still going for the dupe in. I got the Sekhmet. So I can pull this back. I got the Anubis. I got the Iceland. So mark that.
I know it's a pain in the ass to get swords here.
Got the mic.
Even decorative swords are a pain in the ass to get.
Get another age going, but that's fine.
Yeah. We should get a sword at some point, though. First, I have to get over my fear of knives.
True. He's got a fear of knives. Alright, so the Elgrove and the Fostelian Noct, are they still going at it? No, I pulled them out because I was trying to breed something else. I didn't even get... Did I get a Celine?
Yeah, you had a Celine.
Oh, I did. Okay, good. I did. Okay, so I got the Celine done. Sekhmet done. Venusa's the next thing I need to work on.
Automod got you? Let me check what
Oh,
happened.
I don't see anything. Like, who wouldn't want to cut their wedding cake with a sword? Yeah, that sounds awesome.
That sounds amazing, yeah.
I don't see anything that got stuck, though. Or caught.
Do you have Automod to auto-reject things or to hold messages? Because it might just be auto-rejecting and we can't see it.
Moderation,
holding
settings, chatter permissions, email verification, light on discrimination and slurs, 2 on sexual content. Yeah, that's automod and message filtering. Let's see. Smart detection. Let's see, less filtering. Maximum filtering on anything that has to do with race, ethnicity, or religion. Or specifically demonstrating hatred or prejudice based on race, ethnicity, or religion. And then sexual content is sexual acts / anatomy.
There's not a way to set it where it hold
Oh,
messages.
hold on, maybe he accidentally said cunt.
Bad word was fucking.
Fucking? Really?
Automod's been doing some really weird things lately.
It literally says the selected auto mod settings won't hold this message. I typed fucking to see if it would work. Yeah, there's literally, it says profanity, swear words, no filtering on swear words whatsoever. That's weird. I have no idea what's been going on. That's not me, I promise. Oh, maybe it's Stream Elements.
It could be Stream Elements.
Because it's definitely not, banned words. Bots. Spam filters. Language protection.
Automon's got beef with everyone. Honestly,
No,
it's
it's
like a
not.
grumpy troll under the chat
I have
bridge.
zero, actually
Keep
all of
fighting the
them.
good fight. Lord underscore chow underscore chow.
My
One day, you'll outsmart the bot.
My only thing that I have turned on for stream elements is link protection, so people aren't posting links. I have no idea. No, you're not the only one. You're not the only one. Sorry if that's happening. I don't know why. It's dumb. I might check through Lumia later. I don't think Lumia has anything, but maybe? That's the last thing I could check, because I don't know what else it would be. That's really annoying though, because I specifically love swearing. I fucking love swearing. I would not want to stop people. Got a dupe on remarkable craftsmanship, and it has noble and motivational leader. Hell yeah. Is it a boy or a girl? It doesn't matter, but I'm just curious.
Oh no. Autobot just hates me. So I'm not Oh. You are wonderful.
You guys are great. Alright. Now, because I've never seen how big a dupin is, I need to find out.
Yeah, we don't know why Automods are doing stuff
Oh,
like that.
he's
It
so
shouldn't be
cute.
on our end. It says it's fine, but feel like
Oh my god,
Twitch might
it
be testing
bounces.
some things with
He bounces around.
Oh
I love
my
him. He's so
God.
cute. Oh my god, and when he bounces... Ah! Do you hear the noise he makes when he bounces, when he walks? Hold on. Not right now. He makes... It's like... Boo, 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 boo. Like he's running around on rubber.
Who's he?
The Dupin. He's so cute. Hold on. You gotta listen.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that is cute. I kept hearing the Mimogs running.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna go do adult things you don't want to do? Oh no.
Jesse,
No.
you're in trouble.
Just don't consent.
You're in trouble. Hopefully it's not those adult things. Alright. I need to breed.
Always say no, Jesse.
Alright, we're still working towards, let's get the fingerlip.
Oh my.
Where's the fingerlip? Is that already out? Oh, it is. Oh, right, because I got the dupe in now, so I don't have to worry about that. Sweet, 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 sweet.
Does that have to do with Gremlin Child? I wish you luck.
Fanglope Lux plus a Cryolinks. And then I do need to get the things back. I need to breed more for the,
I hope you have as much fun as you can with whatever. Oh, it's clean and ugh. Yeah.
Probably cleaning up after the Gremlin Child. He is 2.
2-year-olds do make quite a lot of mess.
Pooping. Yuck. How dare things poop?
I wish you luck.
Thing. Legend really wants to be on Dupin. I've got 3 with Legend. It took me forever just to get one that had what I wanted on it. Okay. So to get an 8, let me mark down all the things I've got so far.
Thanks, Metal. My floof is murdering.
Okay.
Friend. Floof wants your number.
I got a segment now. And I have
Oh, that's most of the base.
Dupin.
Oh, Kelsey. Hey, we adopted people on Twitch too.
Oh, nice. We have like 7 streamers. One of them's going live in about 2 hours. That sounds nice.
Oh,
That's sweet.
you got a lot more than 3 kids then.
Quite a lot more. I need to figure out how with what I can get an Aegodron.
Your mama chow.
Adorable.
Oh.
Frost Stallion, Aegodron. He goes, Aegodron. What? You know, I want to find out. I want to find out what makes an Aegodron from breeding with like, or getting a mutation or something. Because I could use an enchanted, or not enchanted. I could use a mutated Aegodron.
Yeah. Got the shivers. I love them cold. Ooh. You two can just call me Lilith or Lily if you want. Oh,
I will try to remember that. I'm terrible at remembering things. I typically go by people's usernames. So I'll call you... I could call you Mama Chow, or I can call you Lily. It's entirely up to you. However, I might not remember Lily. I will try so hard, I promise I will. I'm just so bad at remembering names. It is a gorgeous name, though.
it is a nice name.
Trying to find something that normally breeds an Aegodron already. But then, if it mutates, it also breeds an Aegodron.
Yes, you are indeed the god of thunder. Hi, welcome.
I go Thor.
Hey, how you doing? Do you have a hammer?
Aegodron and Frost Stallion is an Aegodron. But what if it's not mutation?
She's really fucking...
Okay, Aegodron plus a Frost Stallion equals an Aegodron, and also the mutated egg will be an Aegodron.
Oh, that's good. So it's, no matter what, it's an Aegodron.
Yeah.
No joke, my real name is Thor.
Is it?
It is a great name.
That's awesome. She wasn't kidding then when she said that she married a Viking.
Yeah. A god of Vikings as well.
Yep. Both these are female.
Yeah, but Lucy, your real name isn't Lucifer.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Hey, we don't know if Lily's real name is Lily.
We don't, no. We don't. We're coming home with hotcakes ready to unwind and a friggin' neighbor.
Had a pot party as soon as he smoked 10 bags.
Oh. And he left the window open. That's...
That sounds... So sorry. I mean, maybe you'll get... extra hungry? Question mark. Trying to help.
Second-hand high.
Liz-
Lilith is your name and your nickname is Lily. Oh, that is wonderful.
That is amazing. You guys are not fairy tale creatures. You know, the word was there in my head and then I lost it.
Mythologic
Mythological creatures. People.
beings.
Beings. You guys are wonderful.
That is a wonderful name.
You have a basic bitch name? Me too. Don't tell nobody.
Me three. No one's gonna ever figure out my name.
You're right.
Yeah, they don't have to figure it out. It's right there. Yeah, welcome in, Lily and Thor.
And Thor. Maybe I'll write it down. I'll write it down. This is why I need a notebook. I need a notebook. So I can keep notes and things. That's what I do. I'll write it down. I try and be better about it.
Not exactly Thor, but it's pronounced the same. Only spelled like yes. I've seen that. It's a big no-no to name your kids directly after gods over here. Yeah, it's.
Oh, I see. I see.
There's quite a few
Yeah.
cultures where it's a big no-no to name children directly after gods for superstitious reasons.
Mr.
Because
and Mrs. Chow Chow.
whether or not you believe in something,
Thor.
there's no reason to poke it.
And Lily. There, I've written it down. Hopefully I will not lose this. I hope you're having an amazing day so far. It is amazing. 5. I got all my work done. I got all my work done so I can just fucking relax and I don't have anything looming over my head. It is so nice. It's so nice. It's so nice. I feel so relaxed.
We are having a wonderful day.
I'm tired though. But I'll push it through because I need eggs.
Because they met some amazing people.
And I need eggs.
And she needs
I'm
eggs.
breeding, okay? As long as I'm breeding, I'm good. I don't even know what I'm getting from that guy over there.
Personally, I don't think ghosts are real. But I'm not gonna go into a haunted house and just mess with them.
Yeah. I'm all sensitive. So it smells like burnt tires and dead bodies. Oh. 5. I'm so sorry. Poor thing.
Yeah. Naming kids after God is seen as a big insult to the God, because it is basically like my child is equal, if not better, same level. Yeah.
I don't know if it's a no-no to name kids after like Norse gods and stuff. So I'm pretty sure that that's happened.
Oh, it happens a lot, but typically it is people not of Norse descent.
Yeah. It's just people who think the name is cool.
Yeah.
Or believe that they might be of Norse descent somewhere way down the line. Like people who have some Irish heritage way down the line and name their kids Patrick or Siobhan. Siobhan is a pretty name though.
It is a pretty name. I went to school with a Siobhan.
You didn't really see many people in the US with
Definitely
Siobhan
wasn't
over
spelled the Irish way.
Yeah.
but
Oh, it wasn't?
I don't think so.
Oh. Interesting. I don't even know how I'd spell Siobhan if it wasn't spelled the Irish way. I won't be on long, just getting some noms, then probably gonna pass out. I completely understand. You deserve it. You work your ass off.
You do indeed deserve it. 5. You have a wonderful rest. Have a wonderful,
Trying to get more Agatrons over here.
wonderful wind down. I hope your hotcakes are fire, but not on fire, because we don't need you getting hurt even more. Need to do more
Those guys
dungeons
are
anyway.
making a Venusa. That's right. That's what I'm working on over there.
It's a big no-no. There are legends or documentation of a mother naming the child after Odin, and the Vikings did what's called a blood eagle. Ooh. On the child and the mom. Oh,
Now I've got to Google a blood eagle.
that's a bit cruel. It's not the child's fault, but at the same time, the past was a different time.
A gruesome ritualistic method of execution and torture described in medieval Norse poetry and sagas. It involved cutting open a victim's back, severing the ribs from the spine, and pulling the lungs out through the open chest to form wing-like shades.
Yep. Blood Eagle is it's a fun way to execute people in CK3 or 2. 2. I prefer Crusader Kings 2, honestly.
There's a steps. There's just thank you so much, Google. I appreciate you giving me steps. All right, first you want to place them in a prone or kneeling position, and then when you carve the back, you're going to carve an eagle shape into the back of the flesh of the back. You want to make sure when you break the ribs that you chop or break away from the spine using a sharp tool or axe. And then make sure when you create the wings, the lungs were pulled through the opening.
Is this Mimi?
No.
No, this is just Google.
This is just Google. Open and draped over the ribs and sort of some bloody wings. Oh god.
Why the fuck would it give you a step-by-step of how to make a blood eagle? Just on Google.
I don't know.
Oh well, now we know. Yes, yeah, it's typically done while they're alive and conscious as well. Although, typically,
I'm totally not looking at pictures.
by the end, it's not. Other than alive.
Why did somebody get a blood eagle tattoo?
I don't know. I don't know.
Not for me, fam.
Yeah, Blood Eagle is definitely not a way I would like to go.
Oh, nice. We got refunded for the CapCut thing.
Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I figured we would have been.
Thank you for reaching out to CapCut support. We've located your order and reviewed your usage. Based on the used period versus the unused period of your subscription, we may process a refund for the unused portion at an approximate ratio, which is 99%. Apparently, I looked at it. That was 1%. I guess I'll get a 99% refund. I'll take it. Whatever.
I wonder if it's been processed. It does sound like a band name. Honestly, sounds like a pretty cool band name. I'll have to do metal.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love.
Imagine naming your band Blood Eagle and it's a pop band.
A country band. I do like country music though, I'm not gonna lie to you. I know some people don't, they hate it. They got beef with country music, but I grew up in the South, so.
Oh, I love.
I don't play it on stream, because I know a lot of people don't like it.
I'm a fan of dwarfcore.
What? What?
Dwarfcore.
Like Dwarves of Moriacore?
Sort of.
Oh, Jaja knows what it is. Oh, sorry, Thor knows what it is. I'll figure it out. I'll get there. What is Dwarfcore now? I'm gonna have to Google it. I'm gonna Google it. The sound alert 8 bits, but I'm getting closer to 50k badge. What do you mean? It 8 bits? Oh no. Hold on.
Windrose is a dwarfcore band.
Oh, it's banned.
Well, it's dwarfcore, dwarf metal. It's not a band. It's like.
Oh, it's a genre. What in the world?
Yeah, it's a genre.
I will play.
Play Windrose. Play Windrose. Windrose does some amazing songs.
Have I listened to that?
Oh, probably. They've got a dwarfcore version of Diggy Diggy Hole.
Oh.
You've definitely listened to them because I'm pretty sure I put them in the list.
One. I'm trying to look at the activities. Says that was trying to find out the activity feed.
Look at Igogo. She's got the moves.
I don't see
I'd
anything
join
on there.
in, but my
What did
hips
you
are
redeem?
basically non-existent. Still, I can wiggle my whole Dino self. That counts, right?
I don't see that it redeemed anything. Are you sure? I like that you're on the leaderboard and you're like top 1 on there.
Wagonish type music and give a miracle of a sound to play.
Activity feed.
Ooh, that could be interesting. I'm a fan of like folk music as well.
The honk. Okay, alright, I'll do it. But only because I know that you like the honk. If I can figure out how to do it there. Library. I'd have to do it in like a testing way, maybe? I don't know, it's not working. I did just get it set back up today, so that's probably why I haven't really had opportunity to test it out.
I know what's wrong. It ain't got no gas in it.
Oh my
Always
god.
the deviant. Oh, that is wonderful.
That's funny. Alright, let's see. Should work. There you go. I don't know why it didn't work. I also don't see it on here. So it might not have gone through. It might have legitimately eaten your bits, because I don't, like, I normally see it on here for you. I don't see it here at all. It's wild. That's a shame. I'll figure it out. Maybe it's set up different somehow. Maybe I gotta re-sync it with something.
Ooh.
I don't know where it goes.
I'm looking at some of their songs right now. I think I've heard a couple of their songs of Miracle of a Sound.
You don't have 100 bits in your account. Twitch took it. They need it. Oh, rip.
Weird.
I believe you. You figure. Did I do it wrong? No. Dashboard. Yeah, everything's confirmed. Everything's in. I logged in easy. I believe you. I believe you. I don't think you'd lie to me. That'd be a really weird lie. I'm sure internet's been doing internet things, man. It's been so stupid.
How do I?
Huh?
Mind if I add some songs to the playlist?
Yeah, go for it. You have always been able to do that. You don't ever have to ask me to do that. When I get a breeding pair of Atrigons, they're getting what is it? I almost said philosophy.
Okay, there we go.
Whatever that one is. I'm so tired, dude.
I didn't add the trio or the duet version, but I added the metal version or the war chant version. And you made one song that actually got released, and you made it with your buddy who's actually good at it. Oh, nice, nice.
Anyways, guys, have fun. Remember Dino Nuggies. Oh, right. I could have Dino Nuggies later. Sweet. Smart.
We do have Dino Nuggies. We can have Dino Nuggies, but it depends on if we are gonna be awake for long enough to have Dino Nuggies.
True.
I'll turn my Spotify up.
So
I am
can I get
excited
a
for
push?
this next song. Well, these next songs.
Or get a Bushi.
What you do is you get a Mama Bushi and a Papa Bushi, and you make them love each other very much. But if they don't, you fuck.
How do I kick Tristan's ass? Oh wait, that's easy.
You already know how to do that.
Yep. That's true. Yeah, do it with a Yakima. Good. I'm gonna get a Yakima or a Lumen.
Someone in the community that makes their own music, and they're actually been
Making a lot of stuff lately. They've been very busy.
they've been extremely busy. A lot of the regular people that used to show up have just been incredibly busy lately.
Mm-hmm. That's what
And,
happens.
Yeah, life happens, shit happens, and life happens.
Mhm.
And
Just keeping on.
yeah, we wish him success because he is actually, from what we've heard, doing quite well.
I'm very proud of him. And apparently his mama got arrested.
That was funny. He hates her, so he's loving it.
He's like, this is the time of my life. This is the best week I ever had. Okay, so that's a female. I need a male, either a lumen or a gangler. My lumen is a female, and my gangler is. No, it's in here. I'm just losing my mind. Extra hard.
All of those recommendations are in the queue. I went through. I went to the artist in Spotify, and then I basically just pulled up, added all
There it
those
is.
songs, and I had to add Fallen Leaves and Scarlet Sky because they weren't in the view. So, my love, do you want to come to my base and help me craft some things?
Yeah, give me a second. I want to put these guys breeding up here real quick. I can't do the Yakimo because it was.
You are fine.
Can I do this? I almost said Asami.
Anani?
Anubis. All right, Anubis and Herbo. I just basically I need I'm trying to breed things, but the only thing I had to breed with my Yakimo were female. My Yakimo is female, so I had to think about what else I could breed. I was thinking Anubis. My Anubis is female, but it's the herbal female. I'll be over there shortly, as soon as I find a Herbie that is not in my pocket. Actually, the one in my pocket is a female, so. Dear God, I'm losing my mind. There you go. It's a boy, and it's lucky. Sweet. Maybe we'll get a lucky Bushi.
Purple Rain has a long, just instrumental end.
Seems so. I didn't even know.
8-minute song and it stopped having music at like fucking 5 minutes, I think. That's almost over.
Okay. All right. Where am I going? Should I bring somebody with really good crafting?
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
No, this one. I do like this.
This song, yeah. I have heard this one before,
You hear the
Viking Colin.
Oh, did I show you the one with that bass guy? The black guy whose bass was his like voice.
yes.
So good. Your daughter plays this in her breeding bass. She calls it the brothel.
No, that is that is wonderful. A great name for it.
Where are you at?
In the workshop behind the building. I'm next to my Celine.
Oh,
And
that's not gonna help.
ooh.
I like that I just kicked out the fucking only other thing that's really high handicraft. Cold resistant palmetto armor, nice.
Took the first one. You take the first one. Oh no, I took it.
No, I'm. Oh, are we making a second one?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
I needed an upgrade in armor.
I'm not wearing. I didn't take yours, babe. Look,
Yeah, that, okay.
it's the same level as this.
Okay, that's
Yeah, that's yours, babe. You're good.
Did you want this as for like
Aesthetics?
aesthetic?
No.
No?
No.
You don't want your cold resistant palmetto armor?
I don't use cold resistant palmetto. I use cold resistant refinement armor.
Oh, okay. Anyway.
I mean, I could try it on.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll try it on.
Yeah. I won't be making.
What the fuck, bruh?
Oh wait, the fucking memo took it. Yeah, it's gonna be upstairs.
Trying to pick it up, I just kept opening up chat.
Mm-hmm. Listening to these songs always makes me want to play God of War. I've never played God of War.
Oh wait,
Not a single one in the series.
I'm stupid.
Stupid?
My clothes. Oh no, absolutely not.
Oh. It covers your tummy. No.
Yeah. I need to show my belly off to everybody, okay? If they don't know I've got a belly button, how will they know I'm human?
I gotta keep mine hidden. Because, or else they will know I'm human. Huh? Yes, I have never played a God of War game.
I've played the first two, and then I went to go play the third one, and I got distracted by Skyrim. And then, you know, I lost years of my life. I don't know what happened. I blinked and now I'm here.
I've only recently started my first Skyrim playthrough. By recently, I mean since...
I really enjoyed playing God of War 2.
April? May maybe, was when I just started.
Thanks.
Trying to tidy Gremlin Child's
Don't make it
toys,
weird,
what
Lucy.
does he do? He's hidden his things for... Oh my god, he's hiding things in his bedroom. No. I did not have a PlayStation so I couldn't play God of War growing up.
I had a PlayStation, but
No,
that's
no
why I didn't
Xbox
play
was
Halo.
mine.
So
Yeah,
my
yeah.
first ever console was a PlayStation.
First ever.
How old are y'all?
proper console.
I'm just curious if you don't mind telling me. Yeah. 46? Okay.
No.
I was trying to figure out if we were like how close we were in age. Okay. I'm 36, so I was asking.
I am 27.
He's the youngin. I was curious. Have you seen the cover by, what was his name? Oh my gosh, that Viking dude. It could, for all I know, actually be called that Viking dude.
Oh, just a little trash baby. Thank you for recognizing my adorableness. And that I am trash.
His name's Miracle of Sound. Miracle of Sound by Miracle of Sound doing Valhalla Calling, the trio version. I don't want to pause it. I don't know if you guys. I assume you guys have probably seen it. Can we pause it for a second, babe?
Yeah, I can pause it.
Because I want to show it. I'll show it. Stream.
I think we have to pause it on both of ours.
Okay, I'll do it. Ugh.
I have paused on my end,
I'm
but it's still playing. Then that's the.
I'm gonna. Oh, it is Miracle Sound. Hold on, that was whatever. You've seen that one? Oh my god, I'm showing you anyways because I want to listen to it. I don't know, that bass guy's voice is amazing. I'll wait. Wait. I'm sorry. I'll start it over. I'm so sorry. That was terrible timing on my part. I'm real good at that.
I wonder.
I still have your bass. No, I'm not. Not my bass. Oh, wait. I'm gonna see if Colin gonna assist on this one. No, he did My Mother Told Me, which is amazing also. Looking at left's just fully into it, like he's feeling himself. Yeah.
I mean, I might have the one with the woman.
He sings this one in Old Norse. You wouldn't know it by looking at me, but I like this shit.
I love this shit. Probably go back to Spotify. Can you look up pumped up kicks in Old English?
I don't know if I want to do that.
Why not?
But that song is terrible. I mean, it's a good song, but it's... Oh my god. Oh god. It's right there. Oh shit, that's gonna sound... What is this gonna sound like? Oh god. Oh god. I'm sorry, I just...
It's sung in old English.
I'm trying to prepare myself for this.
Om det utmødde bytten vil det knik fan Irish word bohen. On his father chiste dirun anara che tenga ich ne ut now.
This is the version you meant?
Hees commende forte, hees commende forte, ja. All the other chill mit vinjum så kom skyldon vid derar innen fram inom anhum. All the other chill mit vinjum så kom skyldon vid derar innen quickrat on min boha. All the other chill mit vinjum så kom skyldon vid derar innen fram inom anhum.
After this one, we're gonna go back to Spotify, though.
Yeah.
So I want to play my game, and I can't with this up here.
Hej skummende ham latte, and hej springende mi wunderive. For 10 dagar sån kuchen on batodon, is age beoacht for longe wheeler. Ja, slik mines handa bit nu an quick luchet sträng. Han ligger med mindre pipon.
Recognizing my smoke pipe. Fancy shoes. Better mean, it's not. She's got the tattoos. And just like the adorable aesthetic. I know some people like the older, more
Kawaii
mature. It's the kawaii aesthetic. There's some people that prefer the what is it? The cooler, the kakoi.
Yeah, kakoi is cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the cool, older, mature, regal kind, whereas I'm just like more like magical girl style. That's probably why.
To be fair, yeah, our outfit does have magical girl.
Ah! Now I'm even smaller.
But your head's got big.
There you go. You want big head? I got big head. Now I look less than 12. Oh no, my hair is in front of Rexy. Don't look at him. Don't look at his hair. Don't look at him. Don't behold him.
You're a kitten too.
I'm a kitten. It's just a style. This is a chibi style. This one they look like a baby.
We need to return English to this.
How about now? Are you excited, Hop? I know you're excited.
Ooh, yeah.
I've got to fix this. I need to figure out how to put Rexy here without... Okay, I'm gonna turn Spotify back on now.
The days when English actually was consistent before the French influence got into it.
There we go. Your adopted daughter, Mira, streams too, and the only word I can use to describe her is lewd, like goddamn. Yeah, lewd tubers are absolutely a thing. It's not my thing, but absolutely a thing. Totally valid. I'm gonna see if I can't.
Yeah, Lutubers are, we do not want to be a part of that community, but we are...
I mean, it's not our community.
It's not our community, yeah.
Trying to
We interact with, we've got a lot of people that
watch
here
that's
that
fine.
are Lutubers.
I am fixing. Come on, Rexy, be in front of the hair. There we go. Normally he's not that high up because I'm just really low right now. No, he's not that close to my head. Love Mira, but she's your favorite shoe. Shoe is my favorite shoe. Out of all the adopted children, Shoe is my favorite. Aww. I won't tell the others that you have a favorite.
You won't tell anyone.
It'll be between us.
Your secret is safe with us. Unless you tell it
I leveled up.
tell them to their faces.
Oh yeah, if you tell them to
That
their
would be a
faces,
choice.
that's... Oh my god, babe. I literally got an Eager Drawing with lavish hospitality.
Oh, nice.
It wasn't even a mutated one.
That worked.
Okay. It
knew.
knew. It just like I tell you, they want to die.
Death. It craves death. Oh, they know. Oh, you told them to their faces. Oh, no.
That's hilarious. They're probably just like, yeah, I get it. It's fine. Okay, let's see. I believe I got a Venusa. I believe I got the Ager Johns I need. I don't even remember what the fuck I was trying to get out of these two. Something. I leveled up. Now I can make all the things that you already knew how to make.
Hmm?
So I don't have to make anything.
What?
Any,
What level?
43, I think. 44.
Oh, nice.
Look, I'm getting there, okay? Slowly but surely, I am getting there.
It took me until I was like 47 to unlock the pickaxe and the axe. Because I just keep running. I don't have enough technology points, and I love it because I'm not doing. We're getting ancient technology books from dungeons.
Alright, what are you doing?
That's no problem.
Lavish hospitality. Female. Oh, it's an alpha too. Damn. Well, I'm not going to be able to do that one.
I am really enjoying the music.
Yeah. And legend. That's right. I'm gonna take these badass Aegir drones, this one with lavish hospitality and this one with legend. I'm gonna breed them together. They're gonna have such amazing stats, and then I'm gonna kill them. Just for slaughter.
Who is so innocent, like she's 22 and she does not know what a BJ is. Oh my god.
Aww.
That is so adorable.
I see, I understand now.
Meow and that.
That's so funny.
If you can get to 22 and genuinely not know what that is, you have had a good childhood.
So, let's see.
You have been protected from the corruption of the world.
I think it's funny that it's like their kids are a lewd tuber and then one that's 22 that doesn't know what a BJ is. That's beautiful. Kind of adorable.
Both ends of the spectrum.
Yep. Valhalla calling me, Valhalla calling me. Get these big ones out of the way. They're huge. They're huge.
You're 2 times IRL 2 times now, and the first one was.
Aww.
Aww.
I've just realized that she was the name of the person.
Yes.
I thought this entire time they were accidentally misspelling she.
Uh,
Thought they were misspelling she. I was just going with it. I even said it out loud. So I was like, ah. I do that sometimes. Some people misspell things. I'll just pronounce it the way it's spelled.
just to make sure, the first thing she said to me was, I mean, you're 6'8", so that makes sense.
Yeah.
I went to school with someone that was around that. Right?
Chi-Chi. That's cute.
Oh, that is a cute name.
That's adorable. Let's see. 3 more eggs. What am I breeding now? Okay, so I'm gonna mark them off my list. I'm probably at the point where I can start like breeding for. Oh no, we want a Bushi Noct. I forgot. Do I have one? Do I have a Bushi?
You for Gomer? Oh no.
Do not have. That is what these guys are making the Bushi.
The music does not fit Aiko's look at all. What are you talking about? It's perfect.
I'm playing classic rock 90% of the time.
Yeah. Sometimes we play metal. My favorite, like one of our favorite bands is what, Metallica?
Yeah, my favorite band is Metallica.
She steals my Metallica shirt.
I'm wearing his Metallica shirt right now.
That's why I'm shirtless. She stole it. Skin.
The adorable little mom in the background, his music's going to war. Yeah. I like all sorts of things. There's this one that I used to sing all the time. Fuck. I forgot the name of
I
it.
hadn't really listened to Metallica before Aiko.
I want to see if I can find what it was called. English and English.
You guys have a TikTok? We do have a TikTok.
We haven't really posted on it very much.
I haven't really been making many clips lately. We don't really get a lot of clips, but
Yeah, we're not super clippable. So, I mean, we try to get what clips we can, but
we're just too cozy for clips. Everyone likes to lurk and just chill and hang out. Hi, Nat.
Hi, Nat. I'm trying to remember the name of the song.
Yeah, we just. Aiko was looking up to see if she could start streaming on TikTok, but yeah.
They want me to download a new thing, and
It has to wait until we get a computer upgrade.
Jimmy. Hi, Anthony.
Anthony.
Hi, Matt. Who's
It's Matt?
Matt Pat? Did I say? I didn't say Matt.
I said Nat.
I didn't say Matt.
Help her with.
You can try. You can try to catch me. You're not gonna fucking do it. Not with one of those, at least. A 1% chance. Get good. Scrub. None of those I think the artists.
Have a TikTok too, just post stuff with your dog though.
Sorry, what I
How you doing that? Is curry still on the table? The only reason I'm bringing this up is because we had butter chicken for dinner tonight.
Try again. Shut up. English.
I already know what happens if you catch her, that's why I'm not.
Yeah, he could afford to do it.
Yeah, I can afford 2 of the ancient spheres, which isn't 100%. I could miss both of them. You got a new foster baby? Aww. She's a tiny squishy. Squishy? What breed of dog is a squishy?
I am blanking so hard on a song right now.
I have fallen
I'm trying to
through
chat
the world.
GPT it, but it's like I don't remember.
Don't know who does it.
No. I'm trying to remember a song from 2012. March of Camera.
Ooh.
I literally just said there were I was like, there are mentions of horses. It's like, horses, that changes exactly. I found this one. And I'm like, that's it. March of Camberth by Heather Alexander. I'm going to add that to the playlist.
Oh yeah, Aiko would be looking like directly up if she was standing next to the door.
Next. I don't know how to Spotify, babe. How do I add this next?
Huh?
I don't know how to Spotify. How do I add this?
If you right-click a song, there'll be an add to queue option.
Okay.
And that'll put at the end.
I don't want it to be at the end. I want it add the queue next. I'm gonna drag it. Can I drag it?
I think you can drag them. Or you can, maybe once it's in the queue, you can play next. I'm not sure how to make it.
I can drag it.
Oh, the things I added to the queue.
Yeah, mine's next.
Yeah.
You added a bunch of songs. I don't want to wait. It was the song we used to do to listen to get ready for battle. I don't look like the kind of person who used to LARP. Kind of LARP, kind of not LARP. It was LARPing but without magic.
Aiko was an archer.
I was arch. I use a bow and arrow.
Wow,
To shoot people in the face.
confident today, aren't we? Don't worry, Chow. Aiko's neck is strong from years of judging my shenanigans. She'll survive your handsomeness just fine.
Oh, I want to see. Is it on the phone? On the phone or Discord?
Outkids is the name of the program that throws stuff at
Oh, kids. Ooh, this song. Also, she's super cute. This is what I used to listen to, getting ready for battle all the time. Oh, I need the lyrics because I want to sing along to it. I'm not looking at the chat, just so mostly so I don't feel like I'm getting judged, but. Axes flash, broadsword swing, shining armor's piercing ring. Horses run with a polished shields, fight those bastards till they yield. Midnight mare and blood red roan, fight to keep this land your own. Some the horn and call the cry, how many of them can we make die?
I love Make Die. The enemies. Scotland forever.
Follow orders as you're told, make their yellow blood run gold. Fight until you die or drop, force like ours is hard to stop. Close your mind to stress and pain, fight till you're no longer sane. Let not one damn cur pass by, how many of them can we make die? Fairphone. Guard your women and children well, send these bastards back to hell. We'll teach them the ways of war, they won't come here anymore. Use your shield and use your head, fight till everyone is dead. Raise the flag up to the sky, how many of them can we make die? This is like a little chant we do on the way to DAG events and stuff, to prepare for war.
Get your bagpipe, let's go. Let's go indeed. Told to hydrate, but I'm out of water.
You're gonna have to drink Monster, baby. Or Solo, in your case.
I don't have a solo. I'm out of liquids. Gonna have to get up, aren't I?
Probably. This is a very long instrumental portion in the middle of the song. Dawn is broke, the time has come. Move your feet to a marching drum. We'll win the war and pay the toll. Fight as one in heart and soul. Midnight mare and blood red roan, fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry, how many of them can we make die? Axes flash, broadsword swing, shining armor's piercing ring. Horses run with a polished shield, fight those bastards till they yield. Midnight mare and blood red roan, fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry, how many of them can we make die? How many of them can we make die? How many of them can we make die? Yep, but now I can go back to playing. You want to hear a really cute song? Oh, does she? That's fantastic. I love that. I will drink Monster because we're out of water. We need to go to the store. So for now, we shall drink Monster. Or whatever the heck he's getting ready to drink, which surely has a lot more sugar in it than he's drinking Fanta. I meant water. Orange watery stuff. a damn thing. I'm gonna turn Spotify down a little bit. I turned it up so I wasn't so like anxious. No one got the Staryu. Just disc. Yay, that's awesome. Okay, I got what I was looking for. 2 of which I was looking for. Even better. So we need to pull those guys out. Wait. Did we pull those out already? We did. Okay, so we already had these.
Hey, do you guys want to hear a really cute song? Yes. Do it for us, you can't. Sounds like a cute dog.
Oh. I like how today was supposed to be a short stream. So I can get some sleep.
It's still short for us.
True. Lately we've been doing long ass streams. Well, I mean the past few days not really because I've been busy with work stuff. Well, work stuff being like uploading VODs and everything. Trying to make a career of this. 5 hours later, yeah. Well, I'm okay as long as like I'm just breeding. I might stop after that song though, because I do want to hear that song. I'm getting tired, yeah.
Thank you.
Agnes? Oh, on YouTube? Oh, okay, okay. It was just a redeem. I see. We're trying to breed next. Okay, so we've got trying to get more Aedragons. These guys are going to be here fucking forever now, so they just live here. That was the whole point of this one being up here. Is this is just going to be. This is just Aedragons. They're up here. I don't even have to look at them. When I look at chat or when he looks at chat? You're muted.
I'm muted. Oh no.
No. Ah, I'm back.
Mad?
Lily's talking to you, my love.
Goodness. I probably do. It's my focus face.
Yeah.
It's my focus face. My focus face looks angry.
She's very intense focusing.
I'm very focused.
So,
I'm very focused. Super focused. Now go back. Uh-oh. Ignore me. Ha 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 ha.
give me the tongue, my love. Fucking your face.
Oh Lord. Okay, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. Oh, my bad. My bad.
If I did even accidentally, she would kill me.
True. True. Murder what happened. For sure, for sure.
It's a cute song.
No! I'll find him.
I know better. I've got asthma. I can't run.
Hi, Gary.
Oh, hello, Gary.
Psycho came earlier today, right? Psycho was here pretty early. Right, I think so. Babe?
I don't know. I have to look for the activity feed.
I'm going through now. Yeah, he's here. Okay, good.
Okay, good.
We have a follower who's in like 60 something streak.
61.
61 streak.
The reason I know is I just hit my 60 streak today.
He's one ahead of Tristan, and
One day he'll fuck up and I'll be in the lead.
but I'm not wanting him to fuck up, so I keep trying to help him out by making sure that no matter how tired I am, I'll still be here. I'll still be here so he can get his streak. I have no way to contact this person, by the way. I just have to hope. I just have to hope he shows up. Sometimes he shows up right away. Sometimes he shows up hours later. I just gotta hope. Aw, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get my alert.
I didn't get an alert either.
Lumia, you're not working?
The hell?
Oh, it's not even in my activity feed.
I see
Wait.
where Lily followed me. Like 2 hours ago. It's not in my feed either. Are you sure you follow us now? Oh, there, I hear yours.
I heard that one. Thank you. Oh, possible that Thor has one of the extensions that makes it so like it's not like visible.
Oh, a lurker extension?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There's a few things that make like follows and
That's neat.
like being visible in the Yeah, thank you very much, Lily.
I wonder if it affects like how viewership works. Like if I did that just like support somebody or whatever, but also I don't like want them knowing I'm there because I don't want to talk. Sometimes I
You count as a viewer, you're just not like visible in the chat with some of them.
Yeah, but like I don't. How do you know I count as a viewer? Oh, because it'll pop up. It just won't show up. Like if you look at who's in the chat, it won't be show up there.
Yeah, it won't show up. Look who's in the chat.
Aww.
Ben used to use one. Thank you.
Oh, that was you. Yeah, that's sweet. Thank you guys so much for the follows. And I'm glad you love it here. I love it here too.
We hope to make a career out of this, and we love meeting new people.
Agreed.
And we want to just make this a safe, cozy place for everyone.
For sure, for sure. I feel like we just listened to this.
Oh, it's a few different versions. This is the War Chant version.
Oh, I see, I see. Big Gigadron. We just hope they get Gigadron eggs. I'm just gonna leave those there and let them go. Alright, what do I need now? Are we at the point of just breeding for fodder? Not for that one. We're still trying to get... what is that? Now we're trying to get a Bushi, and then we're gonna get a Bushi knocked. But once we get the Bushi, we can just breed a Setsuir with and get a Bushi knocked. No big deal. Got that, got that. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Hang on it, I got those. got those.
I don't know why I thought that was a chest.
Jazzy. I think there's anything else I'm missing. More medicine production.
All on leaves is this one.
Maybe Belenoir Libero.
We could probably do Bellinor and maybe Libero at this point.
I'm trying to think, like, because I'm trying not to have too many overlaps, you know, where you have like 20 of the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah.
There's going to be overlap when it comes to mining, but, like, it's all just mining. It'll be like a little factory, whatever. That's why I was like, add some segments in there, whatever. And there's a difference between, like, the lumber 1 is Bushi and the lumber 2 is Bushi not. You know. The Chilla Ignises are going to be the kindlers for this base.
I'm not saying this is something you would do, but one thing that pissed me off so much, I was watching the streamer for 5 years, and when he made it to big leagues, and then he completely ignored me when I called him, not even a text or anything. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
That is gross. We had a situation where we raided,
Oh.
we raided someone that would be, you know, in the big leagues.
We didn't know. Basically, what happened was I had a decent amount of people follow or who were watching at the time. And for me, a decent amount is like over 50.
Yeah,
you
we
know?
had like 50 something.
And I was like, okay, so we'll raid out. But, you know, sometimes if I have a slightly bigger number like that, I'll try to raid out to somebody who's bigger, you know, get reach out there and stuff. When I looked at this person in their thing, I'd never heard of them before. And it said that there were like 300 people watching them. And I'm like, well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad of an increase if I'm bringing in 50 followers. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
So I clicked on them to raid out, and it said they were Australian. And it said that they were playing Pal World, and they're a VTuber. And I was like, okay, well, that really works out for us, you know. So we raided out to them. Turns out the person's actually apparently pretty famous. And
They are
300 was a glitch, and they had 1,500 people watching them. Right?
1,500 people watching. They are like in the in crowd with the indie VTubers.
Yeah, like
the big indie VTubers.
Iron. They were playing on Iron Mouse's server,
Yeah.
kind of big. And I was like, and basically they were like, they looked over at chat, went, oh. Hi.
They said, hey, thanks for the raid. Looked at chat, saw how many people were there, yeah, VTuber. And then they're like, oh. And then continued on with their conversation.
Like, no thank you, no...
Like, it was just a generic thank you for raid, looked at it, saw that it was only 50 people, and then it was, oh. And then continued their conversation, didn't even... Like...
I was like, I never... ever want to be that. It soured my mood for the rest of the day. And even like, even still now when I think about it, I'm just, oh, it heats me up. It burns me up.
Yeah.
I never ever want to be like that.
We never want to get to the point of that.
Was it a leopard lady? No.
No.
I mean, I could tell you who it was, but I'm just going to start
I could tell you who they were.
Not that it freaking matters at this point. I'm not going to raid them again. It was Eye Candy, which, you know, I actually saw them on fucking TikTok. Or something. TikTok or something. I found it. I went up pulling up an app and like they were like right there and I was like, wow.
And it was just like...
And I was like, oh, because I just chatted in chat. I was like, oh, look, another Australian VTuber playing Pal World we wanted to support. And they just...
Hi, I'm playing in Mouse's server. Oh. And then just went about their day. Like, if... I completely understand if they have, like, thousands of people. For them to be
Short,
like...
sweet, and mysterious.
We don't want raids
Just
from
how I
anyone
like my
below
conversations. If you're plotting
certain
world
amount of
And if
domination
that's
or
the
just
case,
grabbing snacks,
hold
I
on,
support
Rex is
you either
talking. I'm
way,
trying to talk and I
buddy.
can't because Rex is talking. Basically, if you don't want to be raided by somebody of a certain size, then set your raids to where you can't accept people below a certain size. For example, like Tristan, he'll accept raids from anybody. I
I've
specifically,
changed it.
oh, have you?
Yeah.
I specifically will not accept raids from somebody who's raiding with one person. If they two people, great. Two people, that means that you like me and you brought a friend to see me. That's what it is. But if it's just one person, it feels like I have arrived and I'm wanting attention, and I don't like that. It feels icky to me. I prefer to watch small streamers like 50 in their chat at most, because like then at least they actually have a chance of getting to see my chat.
Yeah,
Amelia, yeah, Amelia.
Amelia.
Amelia do too.
I Amelia here. Genuinely, it's more comfortable when like you're having conversations with someone on what at least feels like more of a personal level. When you have like 50 viewers, you typically have 5 to maybe 10 people chatting regularly.
Yeah.
Um,
We have a lot of lurkers, so even then, like, if we had a fuck ton of people in chat, even, it would still be a pretty personal chat.
yeah, that raid where we had like 50 people, I think it was
There's only like 2 people talking.
2 or 3 people talking at that point. It's mostly Lucy, so say hi to Lucy.
You'll see him a lot.
Lucy's here all the time. We love Lucy, but
Lucy needs to get his shit together.
we have to tell Lucy off.
Lucy's getting better. But Lucy is still in the process of learning time and place.
You are awesome.
You are awesome, I agree.
Lucy is awesome. This is also Nat, that's my sister.
Yeah. She's amazing, and she fosters puppies.
Smaller is better, that's why I like my wife. I can say the same thing about my wife.
But then you'd have to admit you love your sister because she's also short.
No, she's too tall.
We're the same height,
I
bro.
hate her.
We're the same height, bro.
She's too tall.
We're the same height.
Just because of her height.
Oh
I
my
hate
god.
her. I hate her.
Oh my
guts.
god. So get this. Get this. Lily, I need to tell you something. Lily, you're not gonna believe this, but you were the hottest girl in chat right now. Not hottest, sorry. Maybe also hottest. I don't know. Tallest. Tallest.
To be fair, she is closest to the sun, so...
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I've always hated you. You're too tall. Specifically for your height.
I know. I'm a mess. I'm so sorry. I had it. It was in my head. It was great. Yeah, she's the hottest. I was talking to Lily. Anthony, you can't sit there and say. You can't sit there and say somebody else's wife is hotter than the hottest one in chat. That's so rude.
I know I am, girl. I've dropped dead daughter. That's the energy we love.
I love it so much. I love it. Oh, dang. That's what happens when you get me when I'm tired, man. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. I meant to end this stream after that one song.
After the one song, I'm still going.
I got problems, man. I'm addicted to this game and to the chats.
I'm perfect. Yours perfect self. Oh my god. That is a problem. We're gonna need to instant transmission you to
But
Kami's
what
planet.
about
No,
the
Sky
mitochondria?
planet. The Sky's planet.
It's the powerhouse of the cell.
and then like you'll self-destruct, but you won't die. And you'll in that moment you'll learn instant transmission and come back. And then my child, who
You have a child?
I somehow have that I like typically am dead all the time for, but like I left him in the care of a green man for most of his youth because I was dead. He's going to yeah, you as that child.
I feel like
No, that child is gonna fight you.
I feel like there's a reference happening here that I don't understand.
And then that child will like you friggin' dislocate one of his arms.
Yeah. I mean,
And
I'm
then he'll go
36
through
and
the
I married a
Kamehameha.
27-year-old.
But he can only use one hand, so then the ghost of his father, who's just channeling his energy to him, will make up the other half of the Kamehameha, and then you get obliterated by that.
Okay, the Kamehameha. That tells me. That tells me more than I.
And then you're supposed to become the main character, but everyone likes me, your father, well, his father too much, not your father.
Tristan, this feels very much like one of those overly personalized put a finger down stories.
I'm describing the Cell Saga during Dragon Ball Z.
The entire thing? You've just
No,
spoiled it for me. Now I
just the
can't watch it.
culmination of the fight.
Now I can't watch it.
Good.
Let Tristan cook.
Let me cook.
What
yeah.
level is the thingy? The disassembly thingy?
Yeah, but like,
Oh, never mind. It's
my
level
child
56.
is supposed to take over for me as main character, but everyone likes me too much, so he becomes irrelevant until he's not irrelevant, and then he's relevant again. And then I do the same thing with my second child. He's supposed to take over, and to show the audience that he's supposed to take over, he looks exactly like I did when I was a baby, when I was a child. Like literally the same. But don't worry. He can activate Super Saiyan 3 like almost instantly. But don't worry, he's like 8 years old. I got something thrown at me. Things get thrown at you when the audience loves you, right? Yeah. Okay. So obviously she wants me to continue. Oh, chopsticks! She's feeding me. I don't have anything to eat with chopsticks though. I've got Fanta. I drink the Fanta with chopsticks.
He's a nerd. But weirdly, he's not even necessarily the biggest nerd for that he was describing.
I have watched Dragon Ball Z through like twice.
Yeah, but how many times have you seen One Piece?
I lost count at my eighth watch through of One Piece. And I've definitely watched it through a bunch more since.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
Honestly, I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna take that to be time to go to bed because it's nighttime meds time. I think that'll be a good thing. I'm gonna take my nighttime meds. I'm gonna pass the fuck out.
Yeah.
And then I'm just gonna like sleep and catch up on all that sleep I've been missing from all the work I've been doing. And then I'm gonna wake up and we're gonna have good. Yeah. Let's raid out to somebody though. Let's go raid out to somebody with 5,000 followers.
I have not read the manga
5,000 people watching.
Of One Piece. I will not read the One Piece manga until the anime is finished.
Ooh, I also love Seven Deadly Sins. Okay, I have a question.
I need to watch the last season of the Seven Deadly Sins. I've watched everything up until that.
Okay.
And I loved it.
I need to know how everybody else feels about Bon and Elaine. They're my favorite couple.
They are the cutest, and they are my favorite couple too.
Any of your people or any of your kids Are any of your kids streaming right now? Maybe we can raid out to them.
You did say one of them was going to go live in about an hour.
Yeah. Are they live now? Escanor?
Escanor is an amazing character. I never watched the last season for the Seven Deadly Sins. It just... We've got so many things to do, to watch once we catch up on One Piece again. No, I would be happy to watch the last season of
I
Seven
agree.
Deadly Sins at some point. Your number's a bit low there, I
Yeah, I
believe.
think she's a bit older than that. I don't know.
I believe she's in the, like, about 3,000 years old.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid right now. I'm over here typing r/ on the fucking Twitch. r/ Pal World. That's how I find people, right? She's gonna start like any minute now. Okay, we'll wait. Should I just go ahead and pull up her page? What's her name? Give me her name. You never told me who it was we were doing.
So her brother is confirmed to be over 1,300 years old, and she's older than him.
Stop licking their daughter, Lucy.
Lucy, no being weird, please.
Don't be weird. You. Spirit Wolf. Oh. That's very odd. Looks like they might be live now.
I'm gonna pause Spotify because we're ending.
Yeah, I never know if like it says live, but I don't know if live. Lucy did nothing.
Could have been like literally just on live.
Oh yeah, literally did. They're on their starting screen.
The chat is a bit weird though. Okay, Lucy, be weirder than their chat.
No, don't be. No. Ah. Your local Ludsum light wolf guard. All right, do what you gotta do. There you go.
Oh.
This is the Lewd tuber. Good. Sounds good. Sounds good. Not mentioned.
Oh, they're in special event.
Good. Good.
You got this, Lucy. Show them who's boss. We'll wait until they're off their starting screen.
Yeah, just waiting. I could do it now. I feel like I'm very attention-seeking right now, but to be fair, I just want to say hi.
Yeah. I think it's best to wait.
You're right.
400 followers celebration.
Papa Chow.
Open card. Tier list, open card. 007 kill me. Oh my god.
I mean, we could just raid out anyways, and then the wall will be over there, and then we can yell at our starting soon screen. Let's do it. I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Yes, tired.
Alright, we're gonna raid out to them. Oh, I forgot our raid message. That's our raid message. This is our sub-raid message for those that are subscribed. And we'll see you guys over there. They're on the starting screen right now, so be patient when you get over there, but still, spam it. Okay? Love you guys. Bye!
Bye bye, everyone. Love you.